Members, please come to the floor so we can get started at 2. Members, please come to the floor. Members, it's 2 o'clock. Please come to the chamber. Members, please come to the chamber. It's 2 o'clock.
House is back in session. Clerk, call up the bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 101 by Senator Orr, relating to appropriations, the Rolling Reserve Act.
Revs in the hall. You are recognized.
Any changes they'd like to see in the budget? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is this all of the budget here? Mr. Lovren can handle that, I'm sure.
Chairman Garrett, you are recognized. Let's give Chairman Garrett a big hand for joining us today.
Well, thank you. Thank you. We've already called the bill up, huh? Well,
We
thank,
are.
thank you for the
Yes,
recognition.
sir. We started at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Ms. Hawk. So I think now the fun really begins because we get into some of the meat of the budget, the last three things we're looking at, the Rolling Reserve Act, then the budget itself, and then the supplemental appropriation. The Rolling Reserve Act has been amended, basically, and I'll explain this further, but it basically has been amended to revise the cap formula to throw out the high year when you do the average with the cap calculation. Right now, you throw out the low year. This calculation will throw out the high and the low year. It establishes a secondary spending cap that would be utilized to control the spending growth, and you would use whichever is less, this new secondary cap or the original cap. It also establishes the Education Opportunities Reserve Fund, which is the new savings account that would be controlled by the legislature. Right now, to access our rainy day funds, our savings accounts, it requires action by the governor, or proration, or some other mechanism. This will allow legislature control of that, and also provides for how the funds within that new account could be utilized and the waterfall effect of what money goes into that fund. So, Mr. Speaker, I would move to BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Elmore, Representative Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this change that we're making. I think, as I've expressed in our committee meetings, I feel it's very important that we address some of the capital needs among our K-12 schools and higher education, as we've discussed earlier today. But I think that these changes are necessary. It does, many will talk about not using A&T funds this year, and that is a fact. But these changes will allow for the A&T fund to receive additional funds in future years, which will give us substantial access to capital for those improvements that we're all seeking in our respective school districts. So I know for me, I have 2 high schools in my district that are over 100 years old. I'm sure many have similar situations. And so these are much needed changes in response to the differences that we've seen in revenues over the last couple of years. So I look forward to these changes, which I think will result in an opportunity for us next year to address many of the capital needs throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is adoption of the BR on SB 101. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment, the committee amendment.
Can you care to explain the amendment?
So the committee amendment basically just clarifies some of the points we made earlier. Number one, it makes sure that it clarifies the technical language as to how the waterfall actually works in the new education trust fund, in the new education savings account. It also clarifies the expenditures that may or may not be used. It also removes in the current budget stabilization fund the ability of the fund to make temporary loans for repairs. We did have a situation where that happened one time, and this would remove that because now this savings account would negate the need for something like that within the Rolling Reserve Act. So this is the committee amendment, and I recommend move it pass.
We've heard the explanation of the committee amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ones, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The committee amendment has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, if those further questions, I move for final passage.
That is the question's final passage of SB 101. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. SB 101 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 69 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 88 with substitute by Senator Orr relating to the Education Trust Fund budget.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the education budget. There's a committee sub, and I would recommend we get the, well, get the BIR, I guess. I'll tell you what, this is the education budget. I will, can give you the overview of the budget real quickly before that's in the sub that will be coming up. But it's $8.8 billion education budget, up 6.5% from last year's $8.3 billion. It includes an increase of $6 billion or 6.4% increase for the K-12. Higher ed increase of $2.23 billion, which is 6.7%. 2% pay raise for all K-12 teachers, community college instructors, support personnel, and certificated personnel, which is $98.5 million. And the support personnel will receive at least $15 an hour in their pay. This will provide for $20 million for fleet renewal for transportation operations, $94.2 million for the Alabama Reading Initiative, an increase of $25 million for the Alabama Math and Science and Technology Initiative to $73 million, bonuses of $4.6 million for special education teachers, $500,000 for stipends for school speech therapists, $40 million for continued support of the Numeracy Act, which is an increase of $25 million. This will provide 100 coaches in summer camps for full support schools, $10 million toward initiatives at underperforming schools, a $50 million increase to $66 million for school nurses to ensure we have a school nurse in every district. The goal would be to have a school nurse in every school by 2029. An additional $6 million for pre-K to add 37 classrooms, which will be bring the pre-K participation rate of the state to 48%. $1.8 million for the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. $2.5 million for teacher registered apprenticeship pilot program. $5 million for STEM hubs through the STEM Council. $5.4 million for auxiliary teachers in underperforming schools. An additional $9 million to the Department of Mental Health for instructional and community treatment and care programs, bringing a total of $76.9 million for that issue. Fund classroom supplies at $1,000 per classroom, which has been a long-term goal of the Department of Education. We actually have pre-funded $20 million of this amount to ensure that supplies are available at the start of the school year. We also added $850,000 for a principal mentoring program and $300,000 for that athletic trainer scholarships with focus on the rural and urbanized areas in Class 1A, 2A, 3A, and Title I schools. Colleges and universities receive $15 million for college and career grants, $20 million to increase the community college compensation system to complete with the K-12 and higher ed staffing, $4.5 million for dual enrollment, $2.5 million to expand career coaching, $1 million step increase for community college employees with more than 30 years experience, and $4.5 million to recruit STEM majors for the teaching profession. Mr. Speaker, I would move the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell. First person to speak on the BIR. Sub, it'll be the sub. We're speaking on the sub. It's not a BIR.
We don't do BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This, I guess I can say this is probably a pretty fair budget. And, you know, I see a number of things in here that probably will need, I guess, some clarification. But once again, my concern, and in the general fund budget, my concern once again is the two-year college system. I'm saying it, and I'm going to keep saying it until somebody is able to hear that our two-year college system right now looks like it's, getting probably the line share of a lot of this budget, in that it gets $500 million just in the general fund budget. Am I correct?
The educational system budget?
ETF.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. And this $500 million I see is divided out into all of the two-year colleges. And it's interesting, I guess, how it's divided out, because it doesn't have each college with just a line item amount, does it? Or am I missing something?
Well, I think there's detail underneath the detail. Pretty much the allocations that go to each college are determined by a formula, standard formula that they always use allocate the money. In the supplemental, we'll deal with later, we've added some additional money there. In the budget, you do have the ability to plus somebody up. I will mention that the governor's budget was $549 million. The Senate passed a budget of $551 for the community colleges, and we maintained that allocation. So between the House and Senate, we had the same number, and that was $2 million more than what the governor had recommended. I should say, if you allow me, that when the governor spent, we'd agreed that the cap this year would be 6.5% spending, and the governor provided a budget that met that cap. We reallocated the budget by basically the Senate by removing the broadband item, $25 million, because there's a lot of money going into broadband from the ARPA funds and other places like that, hundreds of millions of dollars. So to free up $25 million in the budget, that $25 million was spread to other areas of the budget. And in the House, we were able to reallocate a few dollars. But my point to all that is that what the governor sent over from the community colleges pretty much stayed intact in the Senate and the House budgets.
Okay. And I'm just looking at them. There used to be a line item in the budget for the actual office administration, and I can't seem to find it unless I'm missing it.
Well, if you look on line 74,
Okay.
Administration Chancellor's Office, is that where you're looking?
That's what I'm trying to find. Maybe y'all took 74 off mine.
It's at the very bottom of my page.
Okay. So that was, we are bumping it to 14 million, 60,000.
We increased it $69,000 net over what the governor had proposed. So the prior year, they were at 13.7. Last year, at 13.7 last year. The governor proposed 13.9. We're right at 14.
Okay, so last year they had 13.7. The governor recommended 13.9, and we went to 14.60. Okay. And I think probably Marion Military Institute, we have the...
We increased the Marion earmark by $300,000, and there was $175,000 for pay increase there at Marion. That had not been reflected in the others, so there was a $475,000 increase to Marion.
Okay. And the Automotive Works Training, what is scholarship program? Okay, I got that one. Do we have any any of these EV training centers allocated here, or?
EV training centers in the budget?
Yeah, do we have anything like that in here?
There is some, there's some definitely in the supplemental here in the budget. There is an EV education initiative, and I think underneath the University of Alabama, I think there's
Okay.
an earmark there as well.
So there's some under the university. I was looking for, I thought I'd seen a particular,
There's an EV education initiative, as we're looking toward the transition to
Right.
electric vehicles. There's some marketing and some education initiatives there. We kept what the governor had. I think it was $1 million maybe for that education initiative. Again, that's an initiative that is being, driven by the market. I think the concept is we have significant automobile supply manufacturers here in the state. If we do transition, we want them to stay in the state. So we have to understand that. Now, the market's going to determine whether we get to electric vehicles or not. Some states are mandating things for EVs. We're not doing that here, but I think we're trying to make sure we stay ahead of the curve and see where it's going.
okay. So the State Department of Education, our allocation for them is $534,690,000.
Yes.
That's
Yes, sir.
for the Department of Ed.
Yes, so the governor recommended 530 million. The Senate recommended 534.6, and the House has 534.6.
And is that all the schools in the state?
Yes, sir. The bulk of the additions that they made in the House were for the speech therapist stipend program, which was made in the House and the Senate, was not in the governor's budget. We added $850,000 for the principal mentoring program, which the bill passed recently. Also, $500,000 for cameras in the classrooms. This is basically requiring that any system or school that's got 50% of special needs students have to have cameras in the classroom. And then we actually, $100,000 for Symphony and Education program. There's High Hopes for Alabama Students, a program trying to help provide scholarships for needy students, $1 million there. So, of course, athletic trainers that we had, there was $300,000 earmarked here. And then Helping Families Initiative, $500,000 addition. This is a program that really started in the Mobile area, but it's through the DAs, and they initially were trying to identify truancy issues. They could tell teachers, elementary teachers could tell you the children that might be going to be problems that these DAs would see down the road. So what they do is they've got an organized effort to go into the homes and find out what are causing some of the problems with the children. These will connect them with social services agencies and other needs. Sometimes it's a case where a child might need to see a physician. Sometimes it may be a food issue, maybe a variety of things. But that initiative has been growing over the last several years in the budget, and a lot of support for that from my members.
Okay, I'm going to look at this and I'll come back your way.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Morgan, Chairman Collins.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank you for your hard work. I want to thank you for spending time with Senator Orr, my senator. I want to thank you for just listening to everybody and being a part and keeping us all as well informed as you have every step of the way. So I want to say I appreciate it. It's a hard budget, and it is harder to do when you have more money. And so thank you for your hard work.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your help and your support as well.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Garrett, this school nurses program, does that include the pay scale that was introduced for for nurses based upon their degree and tenure?
Yes, there's a matrix, and basically, I think to fully fund that program, we need about $60 million.
Right.
And we have funded $15 million initially. And
Okay.
the goal would be to continue funding that so that by 2029, every school has at least one nurse.
But
This,
then it
this
would
should
be on
ensure,
the matrix, like I think the one that AEA submitted had paid for like LPNs, nurses with the BS.
yes, there's a
masters.
matrix. Yes, there's a matrix for that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I was wondering if that was included
yes,
under this for,
yes,
to
yes,
start that program.
yes. Now, the initial Senate bill in the wording said that $15 million would ensure there was a nurse in every school, but that $15 million wouldn't do that. So we've had to change the wording to say nurse in every district, but
Okay.
clarified that we want a nurse in every school. That's our goal.
And they'll be paid according to the new
To the
scale
matrix, that's right.
that was put in place.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to commend the chairman for his due diligence in putting this budget together. I know there's a lot of labor, a lot of hours, but you gave out a whole litany of expenditures there. I'm going to ask, how much non-educational expenditures in this budget?
Well, everything in this budget has an educational component or aspect, or it would not be in the budget. Now, from a purist standpoint, there's some things that we're doing that we share some expenses with other agencies that don't have the wherewithal. The problem with our state funding is that all of the growth revenue comes into our budget, to the education budget. So we have, over the years, made sure that what we have in the budget is education related, but I don't have the breakdown of what I mean, I guess it'd be up to individuals as to whether or not you think a certain thing. For example, if you look at a program that involves some of the archaeological type digs or some things out in the outdoors, one could make an argument that that is educational or it's quasi-educational, but I would say for the most part, what we have in this budget is all education related, supporting children or supporting children in fashion so that they can actually be enrolled in school.
Okay, thank you. I noticed you have community college here, and you have workforce development. Are those two different entities? Workforce is it related with community college? That's a separate item.
So I agree with Representative McCampbell's talking about we need to have accountability and reporting on all of these type of workforce and development initiatives, because we have workforce development initiatives really going on all over the state. The last several years, we've tried to bring those together so they're all coordinated and they're moving in the same direction according to the same plan. And the logical place for a lot of this is in the community college system, because we have a lot of adult students, who are part-time workers. They're close to these businesses who can tell you, here's the workers that we need. So the credentialing program, improving skills, adult learning type thing, all feed to the workforce development. So we're trying to improve that and enhance that within the community college system. But I think it's important that we do have, we measure the results. We hear from the businesses. Are we providing the workers? Are we seeing success in what we're trying to accomplish? And so I think that that's very critical going forward. But yes, we're doing a lot, relying on a lot of our workforce initiatives through the community college system, but that really makes sense.
Yes, it does, because they should know, being the economic engine as it works in this state. My final question relates to, you mentioned trying to get nurses in every school by 2027.
2029.
2029, and that's a little slow, isn't it?
It is.
With the money we have, let me ask, how much money in mental health has been increased as relates to putting mental health nurses? See, there's a difference between medical nurses and people in mental health training in our schools.
Well, I don't have that specific number. We have put, we've got $77 million for the Department of Mental Health in this budget. In addition to that, we have a lot of initiatives at the schools that are supporting the mental health aspect. We have bullying initiatives, we have discipline behavioral programs, initiatives, counseling programs. I don't have that one number, but mental health is clearly an issue in our schools.
Yes.
And we've tried to address that. I know the speaker's been very active in trying to push forth mental health initiatives, and we've seen that through some very specific things over the years in the education budget.
Just want to keep that in the forefront. I appreciate it. Thank you for your due diligence. Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes a lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Ms. Hall, do you wish to speak?
Am I ready for you? I don't know. Probably not.
I said, are you ready for amendments?
Oh,
I just have one. I could have answered that part of the question for you. Thank you. As a classroom teacher, when we had funds allocated, thank you, Mr. Speaker, as when we had funds allocated for classroom expenses, many times those funds didn't get down to the classroom teacher. And so I have an amendment that would indicate, that at least 90% of those funds would be allocated for classroom materials and supplies for in-classroom expenses.
Ms. Hall, we are on an amendment now. We've got to clear the board on this one first.
Oh, see,
That's okay. No, that's okay. I'll call you back up. Yeah. The sub. We're on the sub. I'm not amendment, the sub. I'm sorry. The chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Van, to speak on the sub.
I guess I can just, let me just commend you, Representative Garrett, on your efforts. I think this is excellent work on the ETF. I just had one question, and that just, the failing schools. I saw that amount. I think it's roughly about 10 million. It's not called failing, underperforming
schools, right?
I just always wanted to know, how do we get to that amount?
How do we get to the amount? Mm-hmm. Well, last year when we looked at all the initiatives, I guess if you go back last year, we wanted to make a very concerted effort to focus our funding in areas that could help us move the needle, improve education, and drive, drive performance. Because we have school systems around the state that are very, very good, systems that are very struggle. And when you allocate everything according to formula, nobody ever at the bottom ever moves up. So we've made some changes in the last several years, Numeracy Act, Literacy Act, and one of the specific things was to go into these underperforming schools, the lowest 6%, the bottom schools, the performance, and basically insert tutoring, add additional faculty. We've got $5.5 million for auxiliary teachers. Part of the problem last year was that, of course, we funded that, but fiscal year doesn't start till October 1, so the funding's not available till then. So we're kind of catching up from that, but now I guess you have pre-funded some of these classroom supplies. But the amount, how do we determine the number was basically just from what we had last year, trying to allocate money in these different pots, and we chose 10 million to focus on those particular areas. There's no science to that. That's
That
just what
seems
we.
like a pretty
No,
small amount of money.
Well, for the population of schools we were going after, it was deemed adequate by the State Department, because we basically asked them, how much money do you need to start at the very bottom and move that up? And that's what they requested. So we renewed that request
So
this
that
year.
was based
Yeah.
upon you working, or someone working with,
We sat down with the State Department last
State
year
Department.
again and said, tell us, here's what we want to accomplish. The number one thing they wanted, they wanted materials, classroom supplies. And so last
That's
year we
always an
increased
issue.
that. Last year we increased about 30%, because they said their long-term goal was to get to 1,000. We got to 1,000 this year. Unfortunately, because of inflation, that 1,000 I'm sure needs to be 1,500. That's going to be a continuous thing. But I guess what I'm saying is the numbers were basically developed from the request from the Department of Education. Here's what we need.
yeah, I mean, that stood out to me, and I'm in these schools a lot. It's one thing that I do is I visit the schools in my district. I'm very connected to my principals and the educators in my district, and I take a lot of pride. And I represent a lot of educators throughout the state, and I take serious the members, those members that I represent. And one of the things that always comes to me from them is the lack of supplies, and of course this issue of what was, and I know we make this argument about this issue of underperforming versus failing schools or what have you, and I don't get in the middle of that. Some people don't have an issue with it being called a failing school, but those who do, to each his own. At the end of the day, if you're not meeting the mark, you're not meeting the mark, regardless of what it's termed. But that's always, those issues are always, of course, the supplies. But I guess I would just like to see, we're putting this money in place. I would like to see what that determined baseline is as to the sources and uses of these funds, because they're set for the specific purpose of going to these schools that are defined as underperforming schools. And I guess when you're defining a school as an underperforming school, we're putting this additional funding in place for that particular purpose as these schools have been categorized. I would just like to be able to see a metrics as to, because just like you just mentioned, now it's maybe $1,500 now for the, for supplies, inflation, things are on the rise in those costs. But I would just like to see how this monies as a source is going to be a benefit to a school that is defined as an underperforming school.
Do you have a line item for that underperforming school?
Yes, hold on, and now you asked me, and I had it the whole time. 179.
179.
So that stood out to me, and I actually remembered that from last year, and I meant to speak on it, and I thought I may have, and then I may not have. So I would just like to see us. I don't know who it was that spoke about getting more defined reports. Right. I like to see numbers. I like to get the reports. So I like to see the measurements and the level of productivity to see where we're making a dent and improving upon our efforts. But that has just always stood out to me. And especially if we're putting that money, are we really making a dent in putting that money in place? Is it really being utilized for the purpose and intent for which it has been appropriated? We put money in the budget where these funds are not really even moving. We're holding funds out, unfortunately, for different programs. But I like to see where there's a cost-benefit analysis done for these programs or these line items. All bills are important in the minds of everybody, or all programs when we're sponsoring them, but the reality of the day is sometimes they're not as important to others as they are to us as a sponsor or as a legislator. But when we're putting that amount of money out for the purpose of for this particular purpose, I would like to see a metrics.
So if I can read what's in the language, this is an issue that started last year, but really in October of last year. This appropriation shall be used for the State Department of Education in consultation with the Department of Early Childhood Education to fund grants to the lowest performing public elementary schools, which are identified as underperforming elementary schools pursuant to most recent designations under the whatever, okay. The intent of these grants is to identify and target the specific deficiencies of each individual underperforming public elementary school. In order to identify the deficiencies, the State Department shall assess each school and shall share its written assessment of the said deficiencies with each school, after which the Department of Education, in consultation with each school, shall issue specific recommendations. The Department of Ed shall thereafter provide grants to these schools, and then the State Department shall annually produce written reports to the Chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, Chair of the Senate Finance Committee, the Governor, Finance Director, Legislative Fiscal Officer, State School Board, Local Board, and Principal. So
Yeah.
that's in place. Again, it's just really got started last year, so we're probably not into the first
well,
round.
you know, here again, if we're putting money in place, let's make sure we're putting an appropriate amount of money in place. Let's make sure that there's a real cost-benefit analysis to be done and to be provided, but based upon these funds, that it's going toward the actual need and the benefit that of the source for which is, you know, being presented, and that we can at least begin to gauge. Because, you know, when we're saying underperforming schools, I'm thinking we're putting programs in place and enhancing programs for that particular purpose based upon those funds that have been given. You know, and just putting money in the budget, money sitting out there, and it's like, okay, well, I got money in the budget for a particular purpose, and you know, that just doesn't wash for me, you know.
This is supposed to be that identifying deficiencies and addressing those deficiencies. That's the intent. So
yeah, I mean, you know, I'm beyond, you know, the fluff of, you know, anything that comes about relative to a bill. But I appreciate it, and I just wanted to say you sound like Clay when you were reading that bill. So the next time someone has asked for a bill to be read at length, we'll just call you to do the reading instead of Clay.
I'll trade places with Clay right now.
Okay.
I've got two is talk about the sub or the bill. Sub or the bill. Okay, the question for the body is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
You're working hard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I knew I was going to find what I was looking for a little bit later. I know in the governor's budget, there was a project that was over in West Alabama. That was in the supplemental.
Right.
Okay. And it's a project that's similar to the line item 97 on the budget. It's a project that's similar to that. And I know when that program was instituted, we all voted for it because it was a good idea. It was a great, a great program to put in place so that we could begin to teach the children about aeronautics and robotics and all of these jobs and careers of the future. And I see how we are continuing to sustain, that program, because it's very important if we are going to grow. I don't know how many people from West Alabama have even applied or even tried to come that way, and it could be that maybe I'm not doing a good job of helping them understand what this program is on line item 97. But one of the things I will do better, okay? Because I think one of the concerns that we've had is we do specialized schools, but we haven't had the people to attend. Am I correct?
Yeah, part of the issue with some of those residency schools is that we have to rely on commuter traffic because not enough students are actually residing in the locations. So that's one of the challenges. My understanding is the math and science school is fully housed there. People live there, but some of the other specialty schools heavily rely on commuters.
Okay, and you're exactly right. The School of Math and Science, they are housed there. But it's also the oldest specialty school that we have in the state. And it's well established in terms of what it does. And, people, I know in promoting it, they used going out to different schools. They actually had groups that would come out into underserved areas and literally would present to the students. They would set up summer camps, have students to come down from these areas in summer camps and get an opportunity to literally visit and take different type of tests, learn different things down there. And so I think one of the things that we're going to have to do as we promote, the cyber technology and engineering school is they are going to have to be a bit more aggressive in terms of marketing. I'm from a business arena, and if you are planning on trying to increase, your productivity, then you've got to have a real good marketing program. And I think that's one of the things that we're going to have to look at asking these institutions or these schools, specialty schools, to do, because they may need to take a few pages from the School of Math and Science, because their marketing includes going out into all of the communities throughout the state and making them aware of what is there. I don't know of that having been done from the line item 97 school. I think the School of Fine Arts in Birmingham, I think they have done some of it, but they haven't come out into the rural areas a bit more. I don't know, I guess they get enough commuter traffic. So as we consider, and we'll talk about the other school in the next one, I want us to understand that if we're going to grow it, then we're going to have the same energy as the School of Math and Science in terms of getting out there and promoting it. That's how we can make these specialty schools successful. That's how we can actually train the workforce that we need beginning at an earlier age to get them interested. And if these specialty schools are there, they are also able to, I guess you would call it, they would be able to transform as they would need to. In other words, the School of Math and Science, they've been teaching just, math and science, but now they are also doing robotics and stuff of that nature as well, because they are providing what the future is looking like. And so I'm looking forward to the supplemental so that we can honestly work with and talk about what I'm really interested in.
One thing you gave me an opportunity to make a comment if I could. I think one of the things that is really I've become aware of through the remote learning hub that we have here that we funded again in the program, this is a virtual hub to try to get into some of the communities where they're not certified teachers. And we're doing kind of a Teach for America type program through the UAB Teach program.
Yeah.
And using technology to visually interact with these students, but also helping teachers in the classroom get professional development. But what's come to light are the number of students we have, bright minds out there, but they've never been out of their county. They've never been to Birmingham. They've never been, maybe if you're in Tuscaloosa County, maybe you've never been to, it's amazing places that these kids have not been exposed to. So I think exposing these kids to the world that's out there. And one thing that and it happens all over, I remember that Representative Morris one time shared with me about how students in some of her high schools says, they really don't have a plan other than they get out of high school.
Right.
After that, what happens? So actually that prompted me to think about a lot of things, and I went to Representative Hassel, Representative Ensler, who both are very involved in the Montgomery public schools, high schools, and asked them for some ideas about what we can do to try to help. So actually in the budget, we funded 2 pilot programs at their request, one through Representative Hassel, which is basically dealing with kids taking career assessments and getting some counseling to figure out, okay, what is my interest? What is really out there beyond high school? What kind of job should I be looking for? Just some direction, because they don't really know to ask. They don't know where to go to ask. That's providing that. And the other with Representative Ensler was conflict resolution, which within the high school is a big thing. So my point is, I think if we can expose, the more that we can expose these children to the world that's beyond what they know, then that's in your point about getting them to the School of Math and Science, or getting them to the cyber school, or getting them to the School of Fine Arts, or wherever, is letting them know there's a world out there beyond where they are. Exactly. And that's part of our education process, and we're really trying to focus on that, I think, in this budget, and want to continue to do so.
That's how my daughter got into the school. I had no idea that it was there in Mobile. But because of their marketing program in terms of actually going out into the different underserved communities, we were made aware of it and had the opportunity for her to do some of that summer interaction and then move forward from there. So I'm looking forward to the next phase. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. I'd like to recognize the director of the City of Coleman Park and Recreation, Nathan Anderson. His wife and 2 sons are the guests of Representative Harbison, Shedd, and Wadsworth. Thank you for being with us today. Would also like to recognize a former colleague, Miss Connie Rowe, with us today. Miss Connie, thank you for being here. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marion, Representative Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
First of all, Chairman, I just want to commend you and the members of the committee. I can only imagine the work it takes and the time involved to put together a budget of this magnitude. I stop and think about some of these numbers sometime, and my mind just kind of starts to swirl. A couple of things I do want to point out. I'm grateful for the step raise for the 2-year college employees. You know that. I am disappointed that we did not find a way to create more than a 2% pay raise, and that's something I would encourage you as chairman to continue to look at in the future, maybe an additional step raise or 2, in ways to try to help bring our 2-year college employees more closely in line with some of the adjustments we recently have made to the K-12 level. I know it's not going to come as a surprise to you or to the speaker, because I've voiced these concerns before. Overall, I think it's a really good budget, and I've heard the justification for it. But I would be less than honest if I did not admit my concerns with transferring $100 million out of this budget to prisons. And I know we've talked about the educational component and whatnot. I just know that's going to be a hard sell for me back in my district, explaining to.
Well, that's not in the budget, actually. That's in the supplemental. It's not in this budget.
Well, you're right. I stand corrected. So if I will, I'll just go ahead and say my piece now, and I won't have to come back up later. Sorry for the mishap. I'm just concerned about that money, and is that money going to be enough? Or looking at 2, 3, 4 years, the next 2 or 3 years in this term, is that going to become an annual ask? Because we are obviously falling very short in the money that we set aside. I believe it was November of 21 we had the special session on prisons. We were under the understanding we were going to be able to set aside $1.2 billion and build 3, and now we've all read the reports that just the Elmore facility alone is going for, I think, $623 million to well over $900 million. And I'm fearful, at least in my country boy interpretation, that we may be seeing kind of a bottomless pit form when it comes to our prisons. Even though that has nothing to do with education, because of the supplemental request, it indirectly does. And I'm concerned about, have we received any reports? You're probably privy to things as chairman that I'm not, but any reports that catch us up on current spending on prisons, where we are to go projected over the next 6 months or a year, and how we get there financially. I know we've had recent calls from the governor's office about transparency in state government, and I commend the governor for that. As a former journalist, I think that's a wonderful thing because we are spending the people's money. I would love if you do, not today, but if you do have access to the updated figures, I would love to look over those with you and the general fund chairman as well, just to educate myself on where we are, just because I don't have that information. I do appreciate the comments by my colleague earlier today, Representative McCampbell, and in his concerns for accountability. I think that's something we all need to work on as a collective body and make sure we are doing a better job of getting reports back from every department, not just 1 or 2 pulled out, but updates on money that is being spent. I know I have a tendency, a lot of times we participate, we vote on bills, and we require things to be done, but the accountability and the reports never seem to follow up. But that is my biggest concern today. In the supplemental, I stand corrected, but in the supplemental is that shifting of that $100 million away from the budget to take care of our children's classroom experience to go for prisons. And my secondary concern would be, with an accountability standpoint, is where are we in that process? How much of the original $400 million has been spent? Where is it spent? To whom has it been spent? And I would just appreciate, as a friend and a colleague, when you get those numbers, I would appreciate a chance to look over those. So with all due respect, at the appropriate time, I regretfully say I'll be a no on the vote just because I'm concerned about that $100 million. But I do appreciate your time.
Yeah, and I will say that, appreciate your comments and your points well taken. And we're not talking about the supplemental now, but I will just respond to say that $100 million is to build prison education facilities at the prisons. And now prison education is a huge component of not only the prison system, but the education system and the workforce. And of course, the education budget is primarily education, but it's also our workforce development tool as well. So I just want to make the point that money is specifically going to prison education facilities. But your point's well taken. I just want to clarify that.
And I appreciate you for that clarification for the body as a whole and those who may be watching and those who are in the gallery today. Again, it's just the shifting of that money and the idea. I understand there is an educational component to that. You and I have discussed that in private, and I appreciate you explaining that to me. But I just still have concerns. If there weren't so many questions around prison spending and are we going to be able to get where we need to go eventually, because as I said, I'm not a soothsayer, but I'm somewhat confident that if we had a $100 million request this year, we're going to have a $150 million request next year, maybe 200 the following year, till we feel like we have built the pot back up enough to build all 3 prisons, because we're barely got enough money now to build 1. So my concerns are not just today, but it's forthcoming. And had that $100 million been earmarked for anything besides prisons, I probably wouldn't be standing here. But I appreciate you understanding the spirit in which my comments were made.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes a lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So, as I stated earlier, as a classroom teacher, I was always concerned that when we received funding, that I always felt we never got that was allocated for the state, that we never got the full amount. The principals would always say we need at least this much of that money to go towards the paper and the Xerox machine. And in order to give some freedom and some comfort to the teachers, I'd like to recommend the following amendment, that at least 90% of those funds that would be used for in-classroom expenses, and no more than 10% would be used for, centralized office expenses such as Xerox and
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 88 by Representative Hall.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. The sponsor sees as a friendly amendment.
I see it's a friendly amendment.
Okay. So the sponsor says this is a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 97 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Floor amendment has been passed.
Thank you.
Thank the lady.
Move for final passage.
It is questions, final passage of SB 88. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote.
Wow.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 1 abstention. SB 88 has passed.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And I want to thank our Education Ways and Means Committee for all their hard work and their diligence. They provide a lot of input, but they also are a great sounding board and certainly reflect the bodies.
Chair recognizes Chairman Reynolds. Clerk, if you would, let's call up SB 124, or it's HB, isn't it? HB 124.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 124, the General Fund Budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would ask at this time that the body support me in non-concurring on the Senate message. And go to conference. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you heard the request of the chairman. He wants to non-concur and go to conference. Clerk unlock the machine and members vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 103-0. Sounds like they're on your side, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate that.
The conferees for the committee will be Chairman Reynolds, Representative Hall, and Chairman Paul Lee.
Bring the beef.
Clerk, call up HB 125.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 125 relating to supplemental appropriations.
Chairman Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also ask to non-concur and go to conference on this as well.
You've heard the chairman's request to non-concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 103 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It'll be the same conferees on both bills. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 87 by Senator Orr relating to supplemental appropriations.
Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous roll.
Well, Chairman Garrett, if you were good friends with the Rules Committee, he could have started out this way. I don't know what happened with that. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I guess this is the time you and I have been waiting on.
This is why we're all here today.
This is why we're all here today. Yeah, I've got my own. But I also have my other ones. And, you know, since I don't have access to that many copier of people to help me, I had to do mine a little different. Out of the supplemental fund, how much is that fund?
$2.787 billion.
Okay. And, you know, I appreciate what you've done in terms of trying to, you know, get the money spread out and things of that nature. I also appreciate what you've done in terms of you and I working on trying to move the project over in West Alabama, you know, farther. I understand the challenge that we are going to face up in the Senate as we take this back up to the Senate. And I understand that, you know, we've got $750,000 in terms of a feasibility study for a high school in the Black Belt, okay? I guess the issue I have is probably how all of the Black Belt seems to be forgotten most of the time. I know you're saying, and this is another thing I'm going to put out front and appreciate the body for the way we deal with this. And that is, there's a corridor being worked on right now down through Marengo County, through Hale County, through Perry County, and up that. It's called the 4369 corridor. And what it will do is connect Interstate 5920 in Tuscaloosa with the beach down in Mobile. So it will bring a 4-lane road all the way down. The thing that happens is we'd have an opportunity now to grow an area that has for so long been underserved. There's evidence in that the corridor is already from Mobile up to Thomasville. Well, over in West Alabama, Thomasville is growing. You have Jackson is growing. Even Grove Hill now is starting to grow because people have access to those areas. That's what this will do. And there's a huge investment being made on that corridor. Okay, so I admit the state finally decided it was time to invest in the rest of Alabama and not just the North and the South. I ask people this: if indeed 1/5 of the state's population lives in the Black Belt, okay, that's from west all the way over to the east through the Black Belt. What happens if 1/5 of those people living in the Black Belt that all decided to move where the jobs are up north and in the southern part of the state? That leaves a wasteland right in the heart of this state of Alabama, a wasteland. And that's what we're doing. We are creating a wasteland because we are constantly losing population because people have to move and go where the jobs are. But we're going to now begin trying to turn that around. And one of the things, and I said it on yesterday, one of the things that would help turn that around was the proposal that we made, regarding the healthcare science school to be located in Demopolis. Okay? Now, with that in mind, you and I got two different maps. Come on, my map coming out now. I want people to see this, and I'm going to explain my map, and then I'll let you explain yours.
Okay.
This is South Alabama. Oh,
Let me hold it.
You gonna hold it? I appreciate you holding it for me. This is South Alabama. That's North Alabama. And this map represents singular projects, standalone projects, not a part of the school system or anything of that nature. If you take this map, $46 million is being invested in the southern part of the state. Up north, $142 million being invested. Now, I'm not a north-south person, but I did draw a red line, if you'll see that. That's a red line, so Alabama is now being redlined. Those of us in the South, we being redlined, y'all. The thing I also want to point out is right here and right there. Of the $46 million invested in the South, now I'm going to get 750 more than, so I appreciate that. But of the $46 million invested in the South, that leaves $6 million for the center of Alabama. $6 million for the center. Now, I'm going to let you do your math, because I want to help you with your math. I'm running out of time, Mr. Speaker, but let him do his math, will you? Thank you.
Well, so I told Representative McCampbell that
we're going to have dueling maps.
Yeah. So I told, well, first of all, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the points you're making. They're well taken, and I have a lot of, I want to respond to that further. But I think not only is it the infrastructure you're talking about that's going to help that situation, it's certainly the broadband, because, when we started the broadband initiative several years ago, over half the state didn't have access to broadband, 70% not affordable. We're trying to make progress, but that's going to be key to what you're trying to do as well. So that's part of it as well. So the map I have, your map doesn't show educational facilities. Of course, I would remind you, this is education budget, so I've got to be concerned about that.
I got you.
But also, when you look at data, and again, he left out the education facilities, I understand why, because he's making a point. But I said, when I talk about, I'm an Alabama fan, so when I talk about the Alabama and Auburn record and how many times Alabama's won the Iron Bowl, how many of the last ones we've won, I always stop at Tuberville, because my numbers shift the other way when I go that way. So I think here, what this map does, and you've seen this, is we've shown in the ETF supplemental how the money has been, and the supplemental has been distributed among the 4 quadrants. I've also lined with that the population. Now, we try to do that in our appropriations. So the point is, but I think this does illustrate, were it not for the community college system, and really Auburn, who we've got here in that central quadrant, there would not be very much money going into the back belt. So you make a point that I think is important, and we certainly want to work with you to try to move that forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody else got a map? Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
He's a preacher. He doesn't need a map.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to iterate what my colleague has begun. The desert in Alabama, the melting away of resources. Humans are our greatest resources, people. And when you take those persons away from their areas of living by not creating jobs, not having the proper educational facilities, not having good drinking water or sewage, people are going to leave. Third world right here in our communities. And then you build the infrastructure. He talked about Alabama. I heard another gentleman talk about the Gulf Coast, the beaches. But this corridor is a Alabama corridor to get people to Tuscaloosa on a much quicker day on game day. That's what it's all about. People have been driving 43 and 69, having trouble getting to the University of Alabama football game. So we're going to build an interstate for them. Now, is that going to bring jobs into the area? People passing through, they'll stop by and pick up a little something at Walmart on the way home. Might pop by McDonald's on the way in to get a good sandwich breakfast or something, the Jack's. But we're talking about when the football season is over, what happens? I've been drawn into this black belt. Gerrymandered this year. Wilcox and Perry counties, 2 of the poorest counties in the state. And it really troubles me that when I look at my constituents, how they are in so great a need of just basic stuff. And here we are down here enjoying the luxuries of life. And there is what makes things meaningful to have a great day, shelter, food, good drinking water, a place to lay their heads, and education for their children, medical conditions, Medicare for their children. So it's two Alabamas, and it shouldn't be. And one of the greatest budgets ever been proposed this year, $8 billion. And then we got a supplementary budget. And we still are not doing what we can do from our hearts of hearts, because we have been going along with tradition for so long. And yes, you mentioned broadband, Mr. Chairman, and which is not just in rural Alabama, but it's a problem over the whole state. The whole state is rural. I find areas in Montgomery where my phone drops. But this is a time when we can step up, when we can do what's right. We can leave a legacy, a pathway for our children and grandchildren. You know, my children be coming home for Memorial Day, and it's a sad thing. They have to get educated in Alabama and leave Alabama to go get a good job. So I get a chance to see three of my grandchildren tomorrow when they come in. And I'm so excited about that. But I want my sons to be right here with their dad and have a future for their families right here at home in Alabama. But they cannot. They have to go all the way to North Carolina and Wisconsin. And my oldest son is in Maryland. So it's just, that's miles away when you're trying to visit, you know. And we're here to propose policies public policies for the future of this state, and we can't make way for the investment to come forth into these areas where a lot of people live but no longer there because they had to migrate to find jobs. So this is not the Alabama we want to leave. The Alabama we found was in worse shape, but we have made some progress. But we want to leave a better Alabama for our children and for our grandchildren. And so I'm hoping that in this supplemental that we have people that have a heart, that will think of those people that in need rather than think of them as making themselves the way they are. They're here because they chose to be here. They're lazy, they don't want to work. I hear that so much, and I'm so tired of that because you're profiling. And it bothers me. The area, this vast area, we got a lot of farming there, yes. We're growing catfish, but we want our citizens, we want our children, we want our people to come back and help build and make this Alabama a better state, because these are brain trusts. These are people college educated. They have to leave home to find a job they can raise their families by, and we can do better. And I know we can do better because you're in charge, and you can talk, and you got a heart of hearts, you got a heart of compassion, and I know that you're going to do better, and I'm depending on you to do so. And I appreciate this opportunity.
Thanks, sir. Thank you for your comments as well. Thank you. Good points.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Keel. You'll be the third person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the work of you and the committee for what you've done. I do realize that we've talked about maps a lot, but the map has very important information, and it shows just how evenly distributed all the projects are. And so I know you went to great length and great pains to make sure that everyone was treated fairly. I didn't get what I wanted, and I don't think everybody got what they wanted, but I think it was done in a fair way where you were able to consider, and the committee was able to consider all the projects across the state and try to do what was best for everyone. So it's one of those negotiating things where if nobody's happy, it's probably the right thing. And so I think that's where we've settled, is that I think you've done the right thing here. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your support and your help on this whole process.
Sure.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair would like to recognize former House member Tony Patelis that's with us today. Let's give him a big hand. It's certainly good to see you back in the chamber. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Ellis, be the fourth person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Chairman Garrett, I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate you and the approach you had to listen to all of our views and taking everything into consideration and really going to bat for us and diving into this. It's been a pleasure working with you on the committee, so thank you for your work.
Thank you for your help and your support as well.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
I'm
sorry, wait, I haven't, I think, have a move for the substitute, I'm sorry.
Okay, Curity, explain your substitute.
Okay. So you all, I think, have a copy of the supplemental appropriation. By a sound of your voice, do you want me to go line by line through this appropriation or no? So how many, who wants me to go through this line by line?
I think we got an answer.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So basically what we've done, so just as though the governor appropriated $2.7 billion, the Senate appropriated $2.7 billion, the House appropriated $2.7 billion, the same amounts. The governor, though, had in the budget $966 million for the rebate. The Senate took that down to $275 million, which created opportunities to reallocate that difference. The House, of course, took the rebate back to $550 million, which required a reallocation. So what we've done is maintain a number of the governor's allocations. Things that were not education related were specifically removed by the Senate and the House. And then there's been some changes in some, as mentioned, the capital fund. We created the Lieutenant Governor Fund that we discussed earlier today. So in principle, and we've created the savings account. So the governor's budget had all rebate, no savings. The Senate had very little rebate and more savings. Our budget has more rebate and less savings. That's where we are. And then between that, we've reallocated a lot of the capital money to the Lieutenant Governor.
You've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 101 ayes, 1 nay, and the substitute has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Okay. There is an amendment that was. You explain the amendment? Yeah, I'd offer the amendment. Well, no, this is an amendment that's already in the bill. I'm sorry. Floor amendment, I'm sorry. Floor amendment, yeah.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 87 by Representative Garrett.
Here to explain your amendment.
So this made some changes I'll just read the changes. It basically added, excuse me one second. Let me just All right, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. This amendment basically had some typos, some clarification issues. There was one substantial change that we increased the school safety amount by $10 million. The others were just wording and clarifications and typo corrections.
Okay, you've heard the explanation for the floor sub. Clerk unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk lock machine record the votes, 100 ayes, 1 nay, and the floor amendment has been adopted.
Gotta move for final.
I was just making sure you was in here. I didn't see anybody that did.
I know I meant this thing, because I
Okay.
I didn't know what it was.
Okay. I was just-
You know, I can't read, they moving too fast for me.
One part of the amendment, I took $250,000, final administration where I put it in North Alabama Boys and Girls Club.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes.
I have the same type of amendment that I used on the last bill. I worked with legislative services to get this, and it's the same thing on page, if you look on page 44, on line 44, page 2.
Well, hold on.
You see it?
Okay, line 44, page 2. Okay, I'm here. Oh, I got you. Yes, I see what you're saying. I understand now.
And it's the same.
This is
it's
that
the same.
pre-funding of that
The
school supplies.
supplies,
That's right,
yes.
yeah. And
Clerk,
you're
see the
90%
amendment.
of that, yeah.
Thank you.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 87 by Representative Hall.
Representative Hall, you care to explain your amendment?
Yeah, basically, this amendment does the same thing we're talking about. This is supplemental, and so this allows them to have the same privilege with the funding that is provided to teachers, that 90% would go to the teacher within the classroom and 10% for other uses that within the office space.
I consider this a friendly amendment.
Okay, you've heard the explanation. The sponsor considers it a friendly amendment. Clerk unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Clerk lock machine record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The floor amendment passes. Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I have a quick question about just trying to get some clarity on the supplemental appropriation for Alabama State University, which will be on page 4.
Okay.
If you will, can you help explain to me, based off of the governor's recommendation, the Senate passed, and the substitute? Because I see that it was some one-time expenses, new dormitory construction, and then a deferred maintenance portion. So I'm interested to know the totals based off of what was the total that was presented by the governor in the governor's budget, and the total based off of what was passed in the Senate and what we're looking at now as the substitute budget. You following me?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Hold on one second. So your question is, we basically kept what the Senate did. The governor had the dormitory construction split separately, and that was basically all put into deferred maintenance, which gave them more ability to, more discretion over how they spent the money. So after the Senate made that change, I'd never heard from Alabama. I don't have any information to tell you. I mean, normally if there was a change made and there was an issue, they would reach out. I didn't hear anything from Alabama State as far as that change. So
Okay, and I guess what I'm asking is this a $2 million, just about a $2 million difference in the budget that the governor proposed in the budget that we're looking to pass right now?
That's what it appears to be. And again, this is the first that I've noticed that, because normally when the Senate budget came down, when there were issues or concerns, we heard from everybody. I did not hear anything about that issue. So you're correct, there is a difference.
There seems to be a major difference based off of, and I know that it is some concerns, especially with the dormitory, with the construction. I understand that we did, apparently the committee, somebody placed, the money in the deferred maintenance program.
And so what happened was the governor's budget came over and the Senate made that change, and we didn't change it in the House. And so what I'm saying is that I didn't hear anything from you're the first question I've had about that line item since that change, but that happened in the Senate budget. We just maintained what they had.
Okay. Based off of what we're having right now, are you open to us having some conversations to try to get us back whole to where we were?
Yeah, I
think it's a big concern for me. Because I know regardless to what we do, I would think regardless to what we do with this right now, this is not the last product.
No, yeah,
correct?
Yeah.
So once we get to
I would like to better understand why the Senate made the change, because I don't really know.
Right.
And again, the way the process worked, they passed their budget, I had it, and then immediately if people were not happy with what the Senate did, they began to contact me, and I never had, this was never brought to my attention. So
sometimes
I'd like to
things
understand.
just kind of get by you, and it's difficult, when you're dealing with spreadsheets. We're dealing with the ETF budget, then we're dealing with the supplemental budget. We're still looking at the general fund budget. It's a lot of numbers. Right. So I guess you have to just kind of dig in and zero in.
Well, normally the who I hear from would not be a member, to be the institution. So I guess what I'm saying is I'd like to understand. What they did. So my understanding is that this was at the request of the university.
Yeah. Well, I serve on the board of trustees of the university, and I'm over the finance committee, and I don't know about this being a request. I just tried to call over there to make sure.
Yeah.
That is a concern of me.
I have no reason to resist any change, to be fair. But just so you understand, if people in the supplemental institutions didn't like what happened in the governor's budget or the Senate changes, they called me. I did not hear. So what I'm just was told was that this was at their request. So I'll be happy to work. Whether we do it.
Well, I would be totally surprised. I understand the gentleman stated that this was agreed upon with the institution, but I would be totally surprised if an underfunded HBCU in the state of Alabama would have agreed to a $2 million cut based off of what was originally. It just didn't quite make sense.
I don't have any. Again, I have no information, so I'd like to understand. We can do that either. I'm sure we'll go to conference. We can talk about it in conference, or we can.
Yes, sir.
However you let me know. But
I'll immediately get to working on it, and I'll immediately get to working on it, and then I'll try to get with you all before we go to conference to see if we can come back out.
Yeah, I'll be happy to work.
Whole. And and I appreciate you saying that you would take the time out to really look at this and consider it, because as some of our older institutions. Alabama State is over 150 years old. And, you know, a lot of those buildings have been there and stood the test of time. And one of the reasons why we can't get our enrollment up, because a lot of these budgets are based off of student population and enrollment.
Right.
Part of the reasons why we can't get our enrollment up at some of these schools is because we don't have anywhere for the students to go. And, you know, so we just want to make sure that we touch base on that, and we'll circle back with you. So,
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment that I'll be addressing, but before I do that, I noticed the gentleman had a map on the floor earlier, and I think the map is somewhere in this corner. I need to get my hands on it. And I was just looking at the map and really looking at the amount of money. I know that oftentimes when folks reference North Alabama, they're thinking about Huntsville and Madison County. But when we look at this map that the gentleman had on display earlier, it has Madison County getting about 15 million, and the county next to Madison County, Limestone, getting 33 million, and Lauderdale getting 15 million.
Can you tell me how much is DeKalb getting in my home county?
I think you guys need to borrow some money.
I think that was 0, right?
That is, it's in white. So we apologize, Mr. Speaker. But I would tell you, and so the gentleman, he talked a lot about the Black Belt, and when you reference North Alabama, I do want us to make certain that we realize that Huntsville is not just North Alabama, it's in its own space, but Huntsville, literally in its own space. Huntsville only received 15 million, and the county next to it received 33 million. Limestone and Lauderdale is equal at 15 million. So I think that when you reference North Alabama, South Alabama, West Alabama, however you want to divide it, but now you call it the Black Belt. And so I understand exactly what you're saying. I was raised in the Black Belt and certainly supportive of the Black Belt. But and I've referenced to the gentleman earlier about this superhighway that last year he was singing all these songs. I was wondering why he was so happy, Mr. Speaker. Every time I look at the gentleman, he was singing a different song, and then I rolled down on this highway 43. Man, that's a good I mean, it's a smooth highway. And so I think the gentleman did benefit from the budget the last couple of years where we were pretty stable in North Alabama, but this time I think that when you reference Madison County in the Huntsville area, I think that we're certainly, based upon the population, we are certainly not made whole at the level that some other places are. And so there can be an argument made, but I don't want to get into all the different regions of the state. I think that at some point we have to come to the realization that there are needs in certain places. And so those of us that are in other areas, although we're representing other areas, we should be very flexible with the investments that are made in other areas, in other parts of the state, based upon the need. And so we certainly understand the gentleman's argument, but when I look at the map, I look at it a little bit different. And to the speaker's point, Jackson, Marshall, and DeKalb, I think, are in white. So that means that they are certainly not underfunded, but they're certainly not funded or shown any love this year. But next year, they may be the ones that we look at along with the areas that is outlined on the gentleman's map. And so I just want the gentleman to know that we are all brothers and sisters, and we support all parts of the state of Alabama, and we're going to make certain that your area is made whole next year. And it looks like there is a need in your area. The study is going to reveal to us the need, but I don't think we need a study to determine that it's appropriate to make investment in that area so that we can have all areas of Alabama growing. And so I certainly understand that. But I just don't want us to get into a divide where it's north, south, Black Belt, or whatever region you want to. And my friends in Montgomery, I am with them, in their efforts and their fight to make certain that the training center is funded. We don't call it a water park. I think that's been some confusion. It is a training center. Well, and I just told the gentlewoman from Montgomery that I'm in support of their efforts. I don't want to withdraw my support for those efforts. I support Montgomery. So I think next year, we'll have a good start to see that the Black Belt region, as well as Montgomery and other places, DeKalb and Marshall, need some love as well. And so we'll be flexible again based upon those areas of need. And so we're with you. But, Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment that's a very technical amendment. I'll give to the clerk.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 87 by Representative Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, and to the body, this amendment replaces line 307 on page 11 with the following: for the Alabama Infrastructure Training Center and other. And so it's a very technical amendment, and it strikes the language Workforce Sustainability Training Center and replaces it with Alabama Infrastructure Training Center. And so that's all that it does.
Because it's a friendly amendment.
You've heard the explanation of the amendment. The sponsor sees it as a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 97 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Leader Daniels.
Yes, my last point I want to make is to the chairman. I do think that the changes that were made in the House of the supplemental are fair changes. I think that you've been flexible with all the members here within the body of trying to figure out a way to be helpful. And so we certainly want to commend you on your efforts and your flexibility. Despite how we received it, you've been very flexible and should deserve to be applauded for your efforts, along with the entire committee, Budget Committee, that worked extremely hard on this. And so we certainly want to applaud you for that and thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your service to the committee as well.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I might just say that Representative Bracy, I believe, is now satisfied. I think the way this sheet is worded, there's some reclassifications, so I think they're comfortable with.
That is correct. We had that explained to us. That's correct, Chairman Garrett. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment here.
Clerk, see the amendment.
I want to explain my amendment before I give it to him, if you don't mind. I want to amend the supplemental and get us a EV training center up in DeKalb, Alabama. If you don't, I want to move $15 million to DeKalb for an EV training center. Now, I'm going to be the first one to vote in favor of that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Our people appreciate it.
I'm not going to let them mistreat you there, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want to, because I want to make sure this was right. They called it a substitute, but wasn't it an amendment that would add on line 473 the term high school?
So,
wasn't that a part of that amendment? Or did the amendment ever come in? I didn't see the amendment.
Let me get a technical explanation here for you.
It's in the amendment. You see it in the amendment?
Yes, this was in the amendment we just
Okay.
passed, yeah.
That's all I needed.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Thank you for helping us out. Thanks, sir. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, I know earlier there was some comments made about this four-lane highway to north. So it's not completed yet. We're just getting it started. So, from serving on the ports and waterways, I want everybody to understand that this not only going to be for Alabama football games, but it'll be a very important corridor to help us move stuff from the Port of Mobile inland into Tuscaloosa and places like that. So it's not just for that and everything, so that's very important. The other thing that I wanted to point out, I thank you all for your work, but I do also note and want to note the difference of your budget where you talked about where there was the $150 million that was put in for rural school systems for high-need capital improvements, which you all moved and put up under, I guess, and I just would want to specify, that hopefully that as they appropriate this money, that they will see for the intent that it was for making rural schools so that rural schools don't get left out. I think that's very important because as we're talking about bringing parity and making things equal, we definitely need to focus on those areas, where we need. And I know a lot of times for people in the high population area, they love to come to the Black Belt to hunt. A lot of times they got farms and places like that. And, and then healthcare and all that stuff is very important. I remember a few years back, my wife was a doctor working at that time in the emergency room, and some people from a very high prominent family were there and they got hurt and had to come in and get health care, and she provided it for them and everything. So I just want to make sure that people understand that as we go through this thing, it's not that we're trying, but we just want to, there's a text in the Bible where a woman, when she's going to Jesus and trying to get healing, and she wanted a demon cast out of her daughter, and she said to Jesus when he actually said, I can't take the bread and give to you, but she said, yes, at least the dogs eat the crumbs from the table, and we want some crumbs to come from the table, and that's why we said so. It's important, we may not be getting it this year, but we just hopefully next year that you recognize such as the school and places, the things that we can do, not just in that area, but through that area that we can try to do to keep moving the whole state forward. Because I don't want to feel like, that the only time that the Black Belt had parity was back when the 1901 Constitution was created, when they utilized the power. We need to make sure that we work and make those improvements, with the supplemental appropriation so that we can make sure that regardless of where you live, every child has the opportunity to make those type of advancements in Alabama. And I know it's possible because I came from there, and the things I've done is because of what we had provided in education opportunities with the challenge. So please, as we go forward, just make sure in the future that we'll be able to address those concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate
Chair, thanks to the gentleman. The question for the body now is final passage of SB 87 as amended and subbed. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 1 nay. SB 87 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, let's go back. Let's go back to SB 86.
On page 64 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 86 with substitute by Senator Orr, relating to one-time rebate for qualified taxpayers.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is something I meant to do earlier. This is the exact same rebate. This is the Senate bill for the House rebate we passed. We just need to pass this bill. So I would ask the BIR on the SB 86, which is the same rebate we just passed.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Thank you.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Move for final passage. No, but need to have a sub.
That is questions, adoption, sub, just the same ones we had a while ago, identical. Clerk will lock the machine and members will vote.
Slowly.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Sub is adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
Ask question, final passage of SB 86. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 86 has passed. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Clerk, let's call back SB 85.
On page 65 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 85 by Senator Orr relating to public education employees.
Representative Drummond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. This was a bill that was referenced earlier by one of our colleagues relating to the salaries of public employees to provide for revision of the state minimum salary schedule to reflect a pay increase of 2%. That's simply what it is. And it's for K through 12, two-year colleges, support personnel, and certified personnel. The physical note on this bill is $98.5 million. And it also includes math and science school, fine arts, the cyber school, and the AIDB and DYS. And it will begin on October the 1. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill. I call for the BIR.
That's questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Drummond.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I call for final passage.
That is questions, final passage of SB 85. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, and SB 85 has passed.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Chairman Garrett for a point of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask permission for Ways and Means Committee to leave the House to room 200 to talk about SB 263 and another bill.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Leave is granted. Chair calls the gentleman from Lee. Chairman Lovern.
House Joint Resolution number 224 by Representative Shaver honoring the members of the Cherokee County Rescue Service Incorporated. House Joint Resolution number 226 by Representative Blackshear congratulating the Glenwood School baseball team for winning the 2023 Alabama Independent School Association Class 3A State Baseball Championship. House Joint Resolution number 227 by Representative Tillman commending Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated and Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated for their service to their communities and nationwide. House Joint Resolution number 228 by Representative Mooney celebrating the life of Pastor Dr. Henry L. Reeder III. House Joint Resolution number 233 by Representative Clark, commending Nyla Jackson on receiving the Cleophas Thomas Award. House Joint Resolution number 234 by Representative Underwood, recognizing the 2023 Navy SEAL Foundation New York City SEAL Swim. House Joint Resolution number 238 by Representative Stubbs, honoring the accomplishment of the Wetumpka High School varsity softball team. House Joint Resolution number 244 by Representative Pringle, commending Ryan Mosley on being named State Youth of the Year for Boys and Girls Club. House Joint Resolution number 245 by Representative Stubbs, honoring the accomplishments of the Hopeful High School varsity baseball team. Senate Joint Resolution number 80 by Senator Wagoner, commending Mr. Jeff Norris for outstanding professional achievement. Senate Joint Resolution number 81 by Senator Roberts, celebrating the life of Pastor Dr. Henry L. Reeder III. Senate Joint Resolution number 84 by Senator Stewart, celebrating the life and legacy of the Honorable George Patrick Evans.
Mr. Speaker, move adoption. That is questions, adoption. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? They are adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 225 by Representative Shedd, creating the Joint Interim Study Commission on Grandparents Raising Grandchildren.
Move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 231 by Representative Estes, designating a portion of Interstate 22 as the James D. Spike Brown Memorial Highway.
Move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 232 by Representative Robbins, creating the Joint Interim Study Commission on protecting children from internet pornography.
Move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 243 by Representative McClammy, establishing the Joint Study Commission on grocery tax.
Move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 77 by Senator Elliott, naming the Senator Tripp Pittman Interchange in Baldwin County.
Move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 78 by Senator Schofield, continuing the duties of the Lieutenant Governor's Commission on 21st Century Workforce.
Move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 82 by Senator Beasley, naming a portion of Highway 82 in Bullock County in honor of Chief Master Sergeant Joe Harold Adams.
Move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 85 by Senator Gudger, declaring Coleman County Strawberry Festival as the Alabama State Strawberry Festival.
Move for adoption. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the first bill on uncontested local calendar.
On page 88 of the calendar, House Bill number 453 by Representative Hurst, relating to Talladega County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 55 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 453. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 16 ayes, 0 nays. HB 453 has passed.
On page 85 of the calendar, House Bill number 504 by Representative Smith relating to Chilton County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 52 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 504. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 504 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 85 of the calendar, House Bill number 505 by Representative Wood R. relating to Calhoun County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 50 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 505. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 15 ayes, 0 nays. HB 505 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 86 of the calendar, House Bill number 506 by Representative Estes relating to Marion County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 50 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 506. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 506 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 86 of the calendar, House Bill number 507 by Representative Estes relating to Marion County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 47 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 507. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 8 ayes, 0 nays. HB 507 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 86 of the calendar, House Bill number 508 by Representative Estes relating to Marion County.
Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 48 ayes, 1 nay. HB 508. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 508. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 508 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 86 of the calendar, House Bill number 510 by Representative McCampbell relating to Sumter County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 51 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 510. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 550 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 86 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 304 by Senator Singleton relating to Hale County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 47 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of SB 304. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 9 ayes, 0 nays, 304 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 87 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 305 by Senator Singleton relating to Hale County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 49 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of SB 305. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk unlock the machine, record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. SB 305 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 87 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 327 by Senator Schofield relating to Marshall County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 46 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of SB 327. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 9 ayes, 0 nays. SB 327 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from.
I got to move for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We got SB 259 that was omitted from the list, and if you see fit, would add it to those lists of local bills uncontested.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It has been amended. Question for the body is the.
On page 78 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 259 by Senator Jones relating to Cherokee County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 49 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of SB 259. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 8 ayes, 0 nays. SB 259 has passed. Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren, Chairman of the consent calendar. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to have our consent calendar adopted for today, consisting of House Bill 21 by Representative Ream. Please excuse me, 211. House Bill 325 by Representative Harbison. House Bill 337 with substitute Representative South. Senate Bill 15, Senator Shelnut. Senate Bill 18, Senator Beasley. Senate Bill 71 with substitute Senator Williams. Senate Bill 132, Smitherman. And Senate Bill 207 by Senator Price.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the first calendar on the bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill number 211 by Representative Ream relating to motor vehicles.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 91 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 211. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. HB 211 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 325 by Representative Harbison relating to sales and use taxes.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 325. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 95 ayes, 0 nays. HB 325 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 337 with substitute by Representative South relating to the Department of Finance.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 91 ayes, 0 nays. HB 337's BR has been passed. Final Question for the body's final passage. There is a committee sub on here, and the question for the body's adoption of the sub. This has went through the consent committee. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 337. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 92 ayes, 0 nays. HB 337 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 15 by Senator Shelnut relating to consumer credit.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 91 ayes, 0 nays. SB 15 BIR has passed. Final for the question for the body is final passage of SB 15. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. SB 15 has passed. Clerk, call next bill on calendar.
On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 18 by Senator Beasley relating to the State Board of Prosthetists and Orthotists.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of SB 18. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 18 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 71 with substitute by Senator Williams relating to the counties.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Question for the body is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of SB 71. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 71 has passed. Clerk, call next bill on calendar.
On page 29 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 132 by Senator Smitherman relating to law enforcement.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 100 ayes, 1 nay. The BIR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of SB 132. Clerk will unlock the machine, and members will vote. Where's it at? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 ayes, 1 nay. SB 132 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 207 by Senator Price relating to taxation.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. The question for the body is final passage of SB 207. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes, 98 ayes, 0 nays. SB 207 has passed. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution Number 253 by the Rules Committee, a special order calendar.
Chairman Lovern, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we have handed out on your desk the green folder our green sheets that shows the special order calendar that we are adopting. We've got 7 military bills and then some other bills that we're trying to move forward with the House bill. One thing we haven't done for is an amendment to the special order, and I'm proposing an amended special order. We're adding 2 bills, HB 479 by Garrett, and then you'll notice on page 3, HB 486 by Hall. And that is the only changes to the special order that you were sent earlier, and I would move for adoption.
That is questions, adoption of the special order calendar. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Chair call first bill on calendar.
On page 75 of the calendar, House Bill Number 479 with substitute by Representative Garrett relating to sales taxes.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. This is the grocery tax bill. We have a committee sub. I move for the BIR.
That's questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Move for adoption of the sub.
You care to explain the sub?
Yeah, so this is the grocery tax bill. The bill that came down from the Senate had a 2-cent reduction in the grocery tax based upon the SNAP definition. And that grocery tax for the Senate was 0.25% over a 4-year period. They also looked back to the prior budget year before one of the increments went into effect to see if there was at least 2% growth in the budget. What this bill does is substituted. We'll continue to do the 2-cent reduction, but the first cent happens September of this year in one increment, 1 cent. The next 1 cent would happen in 2025, September of 2025. So we get the 2 cents in 1 cent increments in a shorter period of time. And rather than looking back to the prior year appropriation, prior year budget, you're looking forward to the following year to see if there's been 2% growth in revenue. So in other words, when you're projecting, when you're implementing the tax, you're implementing it in a year when you know you've got revenue growth. And that helps be a guardrail for sustainability. So it's the same deal, $300 million fiscal note. We have taken, LFO has run some detailed calculations looking at the projected revenue, modeling recession, and looking at our existing reserve balances. And we have the ability to support and sustain this type of a grocery tax relief. It also had an amendment. Do you want to explain that? Yeah, the amendment is...
Is the amendment part of the sub, or is it separate?
Yeah, it's so the amendment, I can explain the amendment as well. So the amendment that was added related to the what could local people do with the grocery tax. So the concern is that if we were to cut the grocery tax at the state level by 2 cents, that we did not want the cities or counties to then take that 2 cents back. So the amendment that was added says that a county or municipal governing body that reduces its general or retail sales tax on food for local sales and use taxes pursuant to this section may subsequently increase the rate on food not to exceed the rate in effect in the county or municipality on the effective date of this act unless otherwise provided by law. So in other words, if a county has a sales tax rate today and they choose to reduce that, they can subsequently raise the sales tax on food back to the rate they are today, but they can't go above that. Currently, under law, sales taxes are generally levied against everything. There's not a separate carve-out for food. This bill would establish a separate carve-out for food, so there could be a sales tax on food and a sales tax on other items. This would allow the counties or cities to, if they reduce their tax, to go back where they were today, but could not go above that. So with that, I move for final passage.
Okay, you've heard the explanation.
Adoption of sub.
You've heard the explanation of the sub. Representative Bolton, you want to talk on the sub? Or you got us? Okay, I got you. Okay, so question of the body is passage of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
Okay, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Pickens, Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body, Chairman. What I've got here, I'm offering an amendment which will modify and remove the cap. And I understand our main concern, at least my main concern, is, as Chairman Garrett explained it, that we will have counties and cities that try to backfill. And we have to have a way to prohibit that. However, at the same time, I don't think it's in the interest of all municipalities and counties for us to tell them that they can never, ever increase the grocery or the food tax. And what this does, this removes the cap that the earlier amendment authorized to put on. And I don't know that we can come up with wording that keeps them from backfilling. Now, the best we might be able to do is come forward with something else that puts a moratorium on any raises, but I just can't, I can't really in good conscience tell all of my small municipalities in the state and all my county commissioners that they can never raise the grocery tax, because I don't feel like that's our place to do that. I believe that is the voters' place to do that, to turn them out. And with that, I'll offer this amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
I understand.
Amendment to House Bill number 479 by Representative Bolton.
Yeah, no, you just have to be straight with it.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment.
I understand.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I don't know how you do this. If we're going to reduce the grocery tax, I think we have to reduce it. And the problem has always been that we've reduced taxes and it's picked up by the locals. So I'm going to have to, I understand the point.
No, I understand, Chairman.
But I'm going to ask that we table the amendment.
And his question is to table the amendment. If you are in favor of tabling the amendment, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 91 ayes, 4 nays. The amendment has been tabled.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Calhoun, Representative Gidley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, you yield. I just come today because, and I think I had mentioned this maybe to you earlier or something, that I've had a number of my local mayors that have reached out to me, and so I've got to ask a few questions. One of the things, of course, I think we discussed, and I want to make sure I clarify, that this does not take any money away from their local tax. It comes from their groceries. Is that correct?
That's correct, just state sales tax.
Okay. Another question that was brought to me was about the Education Trust Fund, because one of my mayors is very involved in our education process and wanted to make sure that this was not going to cause a shortfall in our Education Trust Fund. Can you explain how that works and how that's going to be protected.
Well, it's a $300 million hit ultimately to the Education Trust Fund with the 2 cents. But as I said, that's why we have slowed down and put a pause on a lot of the other tax cut initiatives that we were on the table this session. There were a number of tax cuts that the House has passed, some things the Senate has passed, some tax credits we've kind of put a moratorium on because we can't do everything. And this was something that felt like this was a lot of support for this from my constituents and certainly within both chambers. So that being the case, we've kind of made the choice to prioritize this. Again, we've run the modeling out with the LFO, and based upon the conservative budgeting that we've had in the past, based upon the budget we just passed and what we expect to be the result where we expect to be this time next year, based upon the reserves that we have, based upon the new savings account that we will have, this is a tax cut that we are confident we can sustain without it impacting the Education Trust Fund. Obviously, when you take a tax credit or anything away, you impact the number. Mathematically, you impact the numbers. Now, a person who saves that money, if they buy something else, you kind of generate. So it gets into kind of this circular situation. But regardless, this is something that will not adversely impact the Education Trust Fund going forward.
Okay, one other thing too, and you mentioned, this is based on something you mentioned just a moment ago. You mentioned if a city had reduced their tax, they could go back to what they originally were. Is that my?
Where they are today, that's right.
Where they are today. Okay, but that doesn't mean.
Well, the date of the act, so yeah.
So they actually can raise the amount.
So I think we should watch that. There should. What is the effective date of this? Let's see. Can somebody help me out with the effective date? I should know that. Effective immediately following its passage and approved by the governor, so they better hurry. If we pass it, they need to raise their sales tax immediately because this will go into effect immediately.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily see that happening. I'm just trying to get clarification so I can answer questions that I'll be approached with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for the recognition. I read an article about you about this summer. Yellow. Was it yellow back? No backbone or something? Because we were trying to help some people out, I guess. So here we are. Ain't that something?
Life is funny.
It is. And what's also funny is I'm getting a bunch of emails from cities about being against this bill. And I kind of understand it because it's not necessarily because this bill forces them to reduce their sales tax on groceries, but it will no longer be able to say that they can't do it. So what's going to be interesting is if a number of cities across the state take this on and decide to reduce their sales tax. It's going to be something. It's actually going to be a pretty interesting conversation. And I think over the years, not having a definition of food or feeling like they never had the authority to reduce the sales tax, now they're going to have to put their money where their mouth is. And for me, this is a good first step. It's not the biggest tax cut, obviously, and Alabama typically is behind other places when it comes to stuff like this because many other states have reduced their, either reduced or eliminated their sales tax on necessities like food, clothing, and shelter. But it's this sort of initiative that puts the onus on local municipalities to kind of square their conscience with what they say they want to do, and to see what happens. And also, there are several local municipalities across the state that have already done this, and this is somewhat of a backdoor authorization for them as well. So this is a good start. I think it's a good bill. It's a responsible way to reduce taxes, and I'm interested to see how it works out across the state. So that's all I got. Thank you for bringing the bill.
Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Faulkner.
Representative Garrett.
Yes, sir.
How are you, sir?
Fine.
Had a big day. You've done well.
So far.
Yeah, a lot of bills passed. Good work. You really have. You know it's a ton of time on the budget, Chairman, and you've done a stellar job.
Thank
you. Thank you for all your work. I support the bill. I know some folks were trying to work on something that they just told me about. My issue is sort of what was talked to about. Is I support the bill. Is just my cities are small cities are telling me so much of their revenue is based off of grocery stores. In some small towns, it's more than half. In some of the communities I represent, it is more than half their revenue comes from the grocery store. And so trying to figure out how we could, because we all agree we don't want them to come in and backfill it. But and immediately recoup what we reduced as a state. No one wants that. We want the sales tax on groceries to be effective. I'm for that. I know everybody is. But how do we not forever perhaps limit cities from being ever able to raise that if that's how they've got to fund their operations? And so I'm trying to figure out a good mechanism, maybe whether there's some type of time restriction on that we could, maybe after 5 years, they would be able to, if they did a constitutional amendment, to possibly make it where you had to do a constitutional amendment to pass it, so that we make it difficult to try for those local communities to raise that. So just a lot of thought on how we don't prohibit cities for forever from not using what might now be over half their revenue. And yet give people of this state a break from grocery taxes on food. So I am certainly for the grocery tax being taken away. I always have been, in fact. Signed on some bills with some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, in fact, but to take off the grocery tax. But at the same time, I don't want to stop cities, from losing that ability to provide services to citizens of Alabama for the rest of their entire existence. So how do we combine those two things? We've got a lot of bright minds in this body, and how do we come to how do we get to that point? And and Speaker Kitchens, okay. But I guess you see what I'm saying, Chairman Garrett, is I appreciate the great work, and I think this is a great bill you have. And I'm just sort of, trying to give some time for
you're very good at this.
Us to look at that.
Yeah.
I wish I was getting, if you're paid by that word, that'd be nice. I could.
I think we understand the concern, the issue. I think people are working on it.
Right, right.
It gets back really to our overall tax structure, because the fact is we have the second lowest state sales tax rate in the country. Now, we do tax groceries. There are a lot of other things we don't tax.
Right. In fact,
I did, yeah. So
you did a deep dive in the off-season
Right.
and presented it to the Budget Committee, and it was I was very impressed with that.
But we're one of few states to tax groceries. However, when you look at the overall sales tax collections, we still are on the lower end of the curve when it comes. But that speaks to our overall tax structure, because the locals, because of their constitutional restrictions, what they can do tax-wise, they were heavily dependent upon sales taxes. So I get the point. So hopefully that what people are trying to work on will be helpful.
Right.
But clearly everybody understands that we don't want to have this tax reduced and immediately just passed on and nobody benefits.
Right.
Several years ago, we had an
Absolutely.
extension of a Jefferson County 1 cent sales tax, and we had a big discussion whether to renew that or not. But we knew the cities were waiting in the wings, had already said, if you drop it, we're going to pick it up. So then people would not realize anything. So I think it's
I agree. I
think there's
I agree
probably a
with you.
solution in there for us.
Right. That's what I think so too, and because I certainly see where the cities are coming from, particularly small cities that don't have other real sources of revenue. I mean, frankly, I didn't even realize it until this was brought up, how much the grocery stores provide sales tax for. I mean, how much they exist on that to provide city services. And it was because of this that my cities reached out to me.
And of course, this is on the SNAP definition, which is the broader definition of food. The original bills that Senator Orr and I had introduced, both bills earlier in the session, on the WIC definition,
Right.
which was very narrow definition.
Much more limited,
Had
yeah.
a very limited fiscal impact, but it wasn't as meaningful to people.
Right.
So this is a broader and will certainly benefit, help people.
Yes. Have you felt that the budget was a very good budget? And
I think so. We're probably going to go to conference, I'm guessing, but hopefully it will.
Is
stay
this the
intact.
last of the? Do we have any more budget bills? Or is this?
I believe we're on the last budget.
This is it.
Well, this is not really a budget. bill,
Okay,
so
right. That's true. That's true. We're done with the
budget's
gone.
Yeah.
I guess you've got to go to conference committee.
At some point, I mean, that's my expectation. Haven't heard that, but that's my expectation.
Okay. Well, I think this is very. We're done? Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Chairman Garrett.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you listening, and great job today.
You've done I've seen you do much better performance in trying to talk. This has been disappointing a little bit.
I'm a little tired.
I can see that.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
First off, thanks for the dialogue a little bit earlier. I think we figured everything out, got it all worked out. So I appreciate your time on that and your attention to it and your willingness to say, if we need to revisit this,
Sure.
that you're willing to revisit it.
Well, I did not notice the disparity till you pointed out, because again, I didn't change anything, so I thought, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir, but we got it under control. Want to talk a little bit about this. I understand where people are coming from, saying about whether cities, the gentleman before me, he represents some of the more wealthier cities in the state of Alabama, so I don't think that they'll miss it as much as some may think, because I understand they drive on streets paved in gold up there, so, it may be a little bit different where they're from than where some of the others are from.
He's talking and didn't hear you, so that's.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. This has definitely been a long time coming. It's amazing to see this go from being a liberal idea to a conservative idea to everybody just stand back and take a good look at it and say, this is a great idea for the citizens of Alabama. And to take a look at this and, okay, since he want to look at me like that, they said the only profiling where he's from is based off of the type of car you drive. They said, so you have to be pretty wealthy to stay where he lives. They say if you drive a Nissan Sentra, you probably getting pulled over by the police. Over there. But this legislation it's almost like a stimulus. This is something that can give every household in the state of Alabama an immediate raise in their income. This is something that everybody can feel a boost in their own personal economy. You know, sometimes we get so caught up on the economy, looking at it from an economic standpoint as far as what the cities want, what the counties want, what's best for everybody else. But rarely do we ever just look at the people and see what's best for the people. But this time we did. I think it's a slow-moving snowball, I think. But it's definitely a step in the right direction, something that so many of our colleagues have been working on for so many years. I know before I got here, this was a hot topic of conversation. But to know that we're finally here really means a lot. And the fact that you took the time out to look at the different definitions, the WIC definition versus the SNAP definition, and by making that adjustment, I think it made it more inclusive to allow more products that people can use to be a part of this. And it's like you're not telling people, well, we're going to remove the sales tax, but only for certain items that we think that you should like or you should buy, and you should benefit off of just those particular items. So I think that was a big deal as well, because if we're going to do it, we should do it right. And I think we should be competitive, and we should, you know, we pass bills all the time in this body, and we'll say, well, you know, 30 other states are doing it, you know, but it's kind of like it took us all the way to get to this point, and, you know, I appreciate you for it. I noticed with the bill number, it was a kind of late bill.
Yep.
So if you can give me an idea, how do we look as far as the process of actually getting through the finish line?
I think we're in good shape. We had 35 Senate sponsors of their bill,
right.
And this, you know, it gets the same end result just at a quicker pace. It has I think, better guardrail. So I think its prospects are pretty good.
Okay. So you feel confident that the House bill has better traction at this point than the Senate bill does?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Will they host special committee meetings or anything like that to allow it to be able to come up?
I don't know. I don't. Sometimes I don't understand the thought process, but I do believe it's important to their membership. 35 sponsors, which is everybody.
Right.
Means there's momentum there. So I'm sure they'll see a way forward.
Okay. So is today the last day a House bill can pass?
Today the last day of House bill.
Maybe not.
To be introduced? Yeah, yes. Yeah, I think today we're at the finish line here.
Yeah, so today is the last possible day for a House bill to pass. So with that being said, that we're really cutting it close, meaning that HB 479 could possibly pass on sunny days, probably the prediction of it. Right? You think?
I haven't heard that. I've not heard that.
So you haven't heard it?
I've not heard that, no.
Okay, I guess I'm just guessing based off of the numbers, and if today is the last day for a House bill to possibly pass,
You know,
It's just kind of like we jammed up a little bit. We got to do something quick as far as the Senate committee on a Wednesday maybe, and then possibly vote on a Thursday. I mean, I don't, you tell me.
You know, everybody has their strengths and their weaknesses, you know, and one of my weaknesses is sometimes the details that don't really interest me. So a lot of times, like the rules and things like that, I just don't know what they are. I don't really.
Yeah.
It's like insurance. Like I know I have it. You know, I don't care to know all the. You know, so
Yes,
I have
sir.
to rely on other people. So a lot of you guys understand the strategy and all that kind of stuff, and that's something I'm just really not. I know
But
we
you
have-
understand the numbers, though, because you're a counter.
I can do that. I know we have.
So let's count days.
Well,
That's
I
all
can
we're
do that. I
doing.
gotta- well, except they don't count days normal down here. See, they count them, you know, and 3-day weeks sound like they're productive, but really when you're trying to get a budget, they really mean you have
Yeah.
less time, right?
Right.
So it's
like a shave off the backside a little
It is.
bit.
But no, so all I know is that people who I trust, who understand all those details, tell me we have the time to do this. And I just kind of, when they start talking about all that, the details, I just kind of zone out. But
Okay.
like people do when I talk about taxes, people kind of zone out. They just want to know
Right.
the final answer. So
But
I think we have time, yeah.
Okay, well that's really good because I would hate because I know a lot of people are expecting this, and they're looking forward to it. I know when I go home, the local media has been talking about this for a few weeks. This is something that people really want. I think if we poll the citizens of Alabama, this will be one of the hottest items that people want to see. Outside of how they feel about the
Well,
game.
I think this is clearly sometimes people think the legislature doesn't listen to them. I think we listen more than people think. But I think this is truly a topic where the legislature heard loud and clear what the citizens want.
Right.
And whether we agreed that it was the best thing or the better way or whatever, it's what they wanted. And I think you saw on a bipartisan effort, everybody respond. And this is the way it's supposed to work.
And I agree. And I understand where cities could be coming from as far as maybe losing a little bit of funding. But how soon do they forget that they just received a big surplus of funding from the Rebuild Alabama from the gas tax, where they received a lot of money that they can use for their city budgets. They can also use that money to float bonds to do capital improvement projects in their cities. So, the SSUT, they've been receiving a lot of money from, internet sales tax. But then all of a sudden, when you want to do things that's even going to help them, because even though they are cities, at the end of the day, as individuals, they still have to buy groceries and food for their families. And, how soon we forget, some of the boosts that we've given to those local economies. But as soon as we want to do something to benefit all the citizens, every single citizen in Alabama can benefit from this. It's a big deal. So I think they should support it as well. So thank you. You've been a gentleman today. You've done a great job. I know it's been a busy day for you. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Come on, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I'm always nice. I support this bill. And I've heard everybody talk about monies being lost, and I just don't think that's going to be the case because this is just on SNAP benefits, right?
Right.
And I think Representative Bracy touched on this a little bit. But if you can remember, when COVID came along, and I don't know about anybody else, I'm only going to talk about me. I don't think I've been to a grocery store since then. And I remember when the simplified sales tax, and it ballooned, it just shot through the roof. Nobody knew what the impact was going to be. And I remember calling my mayor and the chief of staff at that time because they were sitting there, they had all of this money that they were not expecting. I think this is a good step for us to look at what the impact is going to be to consumers. Now, if most people are like me, if I'm saving here, I'm going to be spending somewhere else. So we're going to see sales taxes go in other places. So I don't think anybody's going to lose any money. I think I am so pleased with this that I'm so happy that we now are looking at something that will give consumers relief. You know, we're living at a time now when everything, I was at someone's 100th birthday party this past weekend, and she was talking about a dozen of eggs being 5 cents when she was a girl, and I was sitting there laughing, and I say, try $10 now. So I think this is a good step in the right direction for Alabama to see if this can work and see if we can expand upon it in the future. This has been a long day. You've done a yeoman's job. I just want to say thank you and congratulations. And I think that this is something that we ought to do for the people of Alabama so that we can see where that's going. And when people talk about impact, nobody has any data to prove that there's going to be a loss. I quite frankly think that we're going to be surprised. There's going to be an increase to those local entities because we all live in those local communities and we want to see them continue to thrive, but we also want to do whatever we can to help citizens. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram. Chair recognizes a lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I really didn't come to ask any questions this time. I've been, all of the time that I've been here, the 20-plus years, 25-plus years that I've been here, to get to this point. We've had one other time when we had this bill, particular bill, to raise the sales tax to even get up for a vote, and it lost by 1 point. Representative Moore has carried the bill. I've carried the bill. And the fact that we are even having a conversation that looks like we're even going to phase it in makes me feel good. You know, it brings a smile on my face. Now, I heard the challenges that are being brought from the different cities, but I just believe that all of these years, these cities have realized and known that the possibility may exist. But I wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank
for moving forward on this idea. I really, it makes me feel good. I wish it was 4%, but I'm happy that we'll start there too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work you've done to help advance to this point.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Faulkner.
Putting an amendment, friendly amendment, that's going to limit them to 5 years from being able to raise it, if they want to raise it after that.
Hey.
Huh? He needs it.
Mr. Chairman, so I hope this is a friendly amendment. What this amendment will do is it will say that cities and counties for a period of 5 years are unable to raise their sales or use tax on food, okay? But after 5 years, if they want to raise it, they can do so by a referendum of the respective county or municipality. So by a vote of the people. So they're completely banned for 5 years from raising it, but after 5 years, they can do so with a referendum of the people.
If the people choose to raise the tax, vote for a tax increase.
That'd be a referendum.
Let me read it. Let me see.
Make sure that is.
A local sales or use tax on food may be levied or increased pursuant, let's see, the county may raise its sales tax on food beginning 5 years after the effective date of this bill only by referendum of the respective county or municipality. And referendum means vote?
Yes.
I will let the body vote this up or down.
Okay. Make sure everybody understands what we're doing here. So this particular, hold on a minute, hold on. All right, listen up. So what he's asking to do, make sure I'm straight, is that they cannot raise it for 5 years. The concern is that they could go ahead and raise it tomorrow if they wanted to, correct? So they can't raise it for 5 years, but if they do desire to raise it after the 5 year period, they have to carry it to the vote of their people, and they have to raise the tax on themselves. Am I correct by stating that?
That is my understanding, Mr. Speaker, as well.
Okay, that's what I understand too. Sure, on the amendment, sure you can. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
All right, thank you for recognition. All right, so 5 years, can't raise a tax, and then you have to have a referendum in order to raise it after 5 years.
That's right.
Do you realize, as any municipality across the state of Alabama, if you go and try to borrow money off of a tax that is off of a referendum, it will kill your credit score. Like it will, I mean, bottom line, if you don't have a reliable source of revenue through a tax stream and you're basing it off of a referendum, you're actually going to have a negative impact on your credit score. So any city, you're actually even creating this ability. If you go to Moody's and say, this is what we're trying to do, or this is what we're going to base that on, you're not going to get it anyway. It's going to cost you too much. So, I mean, this is just not a good amendment. It's not even a good idea.
Well, I mean, I think, Chris,
even
I think what we're trying to do here is we're trying to find a way to find a balance where cities would not be prohibited for the rest of eternity from being able to raise their tax. We don't want to see people, as we talked about earlier, coming in and raising what we've just cut to make up for that. But then we also don't want to see cities not be able to provide services to their citizens.
But here's
so,
the
I mean, that's the balance here.
Representative Faulkner, here's the problem, though. They don't have to reduce it. They could just operate as normal.
That's right.
So the referendum you're talking about is on the city council people that represent those cities. So, again, listen, I fully appreciate what you're trying to do. But if any municipality after 5 years is basing their tax on the ability to, we're gonna have a referendum, it will crater your bond rating anyway. And also, this may prohibit the city from raising their tax on food, but it wouldn't prohibit the city from raising their tax overall. They want to increase their tax rate. They can do that anyway.
Yeah, you're right. This is just for taxes on food.
So I'm trying to remember what municipality has just raised their taxes on food. To me, this is a red herring. And honestly, it's a bad amendment. I understand the spirit of it, but the amendment itself actually works against what the bill is trying to do, and also would have a significant negative impact on cities or municipalities' ability to borrow money. So, again, I think it's unnecessary because the cities themselves can raise their tax rate if they want to. And I haven't run into a city anywhere in the state of Alabama that has just raised their taxes on food. Because up until this point, they couldn't. There was no definition of food. So you're telling me that all of a sudden, because we give them the ability to reduce a tax, that they're automatically going to raise a tax on food when nobody's ever done it? So, I mean, so why wouldn't, so cities wouldn't, but I don't, well, they don't, this is, anytime you base a tax on referendum, it's a really bad idea. It just doesn't work. But again, you know, Representative Garrett said he wants the body to vote it up or down. I would suggest that you vote against it. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
If you're wanting to speak on the amendment, leave your light on. If you don't want to speak on the amendment but on the bill, please turn your light off so I can see what's going on. Okay. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Cullman, Representative Harbison.
So in my other job, I work in municipal government, and I just worked on a $5 million bond at the municipality. I'm not sure that having this vote would impact a bond rating for a city. Currently,
And I can't tell you that I've got any experience to talk about bond
I
ratings.
do know that your bond rating is based off of your revenues, but this, your amendment does not give the citizens of that municipality a right to petition that council or anybody to remove the tax at any point. This just says that council or county government may, if they choose, let the people vote if they want to raise it. The people can't. So if a municipality at this point says, okay, we're not gonna waive our tax, it doesn't impact it. It's not gonna make the people can't petition on them to lower it. So this puts it in the hands of the people and lets the people make the decision on whether they want a tax or not, correct?
That's correct. I mean, all this is doing is saying they can't raise the tax on food for 5 years. After 5 years, they can do it by referendum.
Okay. Yeah.
If he's not for it. Yeah. Ms. Speaker, I think I'm going to withdraw the amendment, and we'll.
Okay, so he wishes to withdraw the amendment. So now we're on the bill again. All in favor of withdrawal amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the amendment has been withdrawn.
Move for final passage.
That is question is final passage of HB 479. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile. Representative, no, you're out. The chair recognizes the Representative Daniels. We good? All right. The question of the body is final passage of HB 476. Clerk unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 476 has passed. Thank you, Chairman Garrett.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman Garrett for a moment of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I appreciate the body's support and on this bill and the budget bills all day. We will be going to conference, so we'll talk about that later. But I did give kudos to our Ways and Means Committee. I did not give credit to Karen Cheeks, who's done a fabulous job, and this is a She deserves the. It's a very stressful situation to be in, and she does a great job. So thank you, Karen, on behalf of the body. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I want to say to the body, I've carried the tax off of food stamps for a number of years and never got any support. But I'm glad that with the right party carrying the bill and the right person carrying the bill, that at least it was something that we could sit down or somebody sit down and discuss it and come up with a way to get it passed. But I do want to say, and I know Ms. McClammy last year attempted to carry the bill, and I think she was able to work a lot with everyone to get it done. Prior to her, Mr. Representative John Knight carried this bill, and his body refused to even sit and discuss it. And that's so disappointing that it determines who carries the bill, whether you'll even sit and entertain it, because it's something that every Alabamian would appreciate just a little break, because the cost of food is just so high. So we do thank the body for passing this bill, and I would hope in the future that it doesn't matter the color of your skin or the party that you're in order for you to pass a bill that's just a good bill for the citizens of Alabama.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative McClammy, for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to say thank you all for getting us to where we are today. But I have to echo Representative Mary Moore, because this has been a long fight. Some of you all have just come in this year, and we thank those who worked to get it where we are now here in the House. And we hope for success in the Senate. But I have to also acknowledge Representative John Knight, because for you all who have been here for many, 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 many years, for many, many, I hear you telling me, yes, John's carried it a lot, and yes, he did. So I have to acknowledge Representative John Knight. I have to acknowledge those senators throughout the years that assisted so many hours, so many days, so many years. I have to acknowledge you, Representative Mary Moore, Senator Marika Coleman, and I want to thank the associations that helped with us. I was about to say that. It's coming out of my mouth. Alabama Rise. I want to thank the Grocers Association that met with us. I want to thank the, now I'm going for a loss, but with AEA. We've had several meetings to sit down with AEA. Nothing is perfect, but this is a start. I do want to acknowledge there are concerns about the cities and the counties, but you all, the people spoke. We are here today because the people, the citizens of the state of Alabama, they made a strong statement to each and every one of us that they did not want a tax on groceries. And for once, we are listening to the citizens. And so I thank you all for listening. I thank you all for those who thought we would do this in the 4th year because it was election season, by doing it by the 1st instead, to let them know we hear you, we support you, and we will stand by you, and that we are here to be your mouthpiece. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van, for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I had a very close working relationship with Representative Knight. A few weeks ago, we had an opportunity to meet with Lieutenant Governor Ainsworth, and he had agreed to accept an amendment. And our leader, Representative Daniels, was very much in support, and we actually had come up with the name. I just had come back in and, of course, did not get the amendment on. And Representative Daniels is going to make sure that the name of the bill moves forth, hopefully in the Senate, and hopefully at the time that the Senate adopts or passes the bill, that it will properly be known as the John Knight Family Tax Reduction Act here in the state of Alabama. So I just want to let the members and make the members aware of that. Thank you for the recognition. And I want to thank Representative Knight, as well as Representative McClammy and Representative Moore, and all of you all for all the hard work over the years that you've had to try to bring this bill to fruition for the citizens in the state of Alabama. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tallapoosa, Representative Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to invite all of our veterans to come down to the front, please. In honor of Memorial Day, which is the most solemn day that we celebrate, we would like to roll out some legislation that we've been able to get done this session. We got it ready here. Memorial Day is a day when we recognize those veterans that have given the ultimate sacrifice and fought for our freedom, and they've paid with their lives. So at this time, I'd like for us to have one moment of silence, please. Thank you. And at this time, we'd like to turn this back over to the Speaker and start our bills.
One thing I'd like to do before we get started, I'd like for each one of you to come to the mic and tell us what branch that you served in. I think that would be appropriate at the time.
Army Aviation.
Navy Aviation.
United States Army.
Army Medical Corps.
Navy Corpsman.
Navy Aviation Ordnanceman.
U.S. Army Aviation.
Army National Guard.
Colonel, United States Air Force.
Army Field Artillery.
Alabama Army National Guard.
Danny said Air Force now. Army National Guard, U.S. Army, and advisor to NATO and U.S. Forces Afghanistan.
Military.
I guess I'm the last one left. The few, the proud, the United States Marine Corps.
We appreciate each and every one of you for your service. Thank you for serving our country.
y'all.
Clerk, call up the first bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 246 was substituted by Representative Pascal relating to cosmetology.
Representative Pascal, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition. Members, HB 246 is one of, members, HB 246 is one of the Alabama Military Stability Commission bills to adopt a cosmetology licensure compact. The purpose of this bill is to allow military personnel, military dependents who are licensed as cosmetologists in other states to continue practicing their trade while stationed in Alabama. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll call for the BIR.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 101 ayes, 1 nay. BR has been adopted. Representative Pascal.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a committee substitute.
You care to explain your substitute?
Yes, members, we had a couple amendments to clarify the definitions in the bill. Under the definition of active duty, we replaced that to read active military member. We also changed the word active uniform service to read armed forces. And we also clarified that the members of the commission shall be immune from suit and liability only in their official status. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I call to adopt the substitute.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the substitute. The question for the body now is the adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Representative.
Mr. Speaker, I call for final passage.
That is the question, is final passage of HB 246. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 246 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 251 by Representative Starnes relating to motor vehicle registration.
Representative Starnes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 251 is a department bill for the Alabama Veteran Affairs. It does the following. This bill would authorize the issuance of distinctive motor vehicle license plate for veterans of Operation Inherent Resolve. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
That is question, is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman, Representative Starnes.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the final passage of House Bill 251.
That is question, is final passage of H 251. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 251 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 28 of the calendar, House Bill number 366 by Representative Pascal relating to motor vehicle registration.
Representative Pascal, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition. Members, House Bill 366 will allow our U.S. Marine Corps plates to be issued in the same manner as and in the same reduced cost as all other U.S. military plates here in Alabama. This legislation, it would also add U.S. Space Force as an option for our military plates. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield, since I was trying to determine, I stuck my paper. The last bill, do you know what that distinctive tag was? What was it, the bill just before yours?
Oh, who is it, Rick?
Huh? This said Operation something tag, what is that? Operation Inherent tag. Do you know what that is? Did anybody know what that is?
Yes.
Do you know what it is?
Okay, yes.
I told you all, I'm just nosy.
Right.
And I'm just trying to figure out what it is. What does it do? So can somebody tell me, can you tell me?
Ms. Hall, will you yield your time to Representative Starnes so he can tell you what that is?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Operation Inherent Resolve is the U.S. military's operational name for the international military intervention against the Islamic State, including both a campaign in Iraq and a campaign in Syria, with a closely related campaign in Libya. The mission of the Operation Inherent Resolve is the military defeat ISIS in the combined joint operations area in order to enable the whole coalition governmental actions to increase regional stability.
Okay, do you know what it is now?
Thank you. So no, I'm serious. So you're saying those individuals, I'm assuming this is a tag for those individuals who have participated in those areas, Syria, Afghanistan, et cetera, Am I understanding that correctly?
Right. It's Iraq was June 15th, 2014 through December 9th, 2021. Syria, 22 September 2014 to present. And Libya, 13th of November 2015 through 30th October 2019. So Syria is continuing at this time.
Syria is still ongoing.
Yes, ma'am.
But in the meantime, those times that these individuals served during the dates you named, plus the individuals that are serving now, can get a tag that says Operation Action Resolve.
Inherent Resolve, yes, ma'am.
Inherent Resolve in the state of Alabama. How many, do you have any idea how many we're talking about?
You got me on that one. So, no,
But
ma'am.
I do appreciate it because
Right, yes,
I
ma'am.
really didn't know it. First time I've heard the term.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Pascal.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Question for the body is final passage of HB 366. Clerk unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 366 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 129 by Representative Pascal relating to funeral services.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition. Members, House Bill 129, it's another bill from the Alabama Military Stability Commission. This bill, it will simply help enhance our efforts to identify the unclaimed cremated remains of Alabama veterans and ensure that they are properly buried at a state or national cemetery. I think that's appropriate with Memorial Day coming up. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
Here, recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you for the recognition. I just have one question. Help me understand how will they make this distinction or be able to, with these unclaimed, I guess when these veterans die, these distinctions to, tell me what this bill does.
Okay, well, currently we have approximately 400,000 veterans in our great state.
Mm-hmm.
And we have veterans organizations that's always seeking making sure our veterans is properly taken care of and they receive the benefits they earn, which is proper burial. There's organizations that's traveling throughout our state, throughout the country, and they visit our funeral homes. And if they identify that there's, let's say, 30 unclaimed remains in one particular funeral home, this bill will help that veterans organization say, of the 30, let's help us identify whether they are a veteran or not.
But
and then if they're a veteran, they can make sure they bury it at no cost to the cemetery, to our state or national cemetery.
And the reason I asked that is because I thought that's what they already do. Typically what will happen, most funeral homes, not all, they already have contracts either with the government, with the VA, or what have you, for this particular purpose. And a lot of times with these veterans who may, as they call them, are unclaimed, or who don't have family members, or who are homeless, or what have you, those funeral homes contract either with the Veterans Association or Department or the hospital, and then of course they will come or through the morgue or whatever those contracts are. And then they pick those bodies up, and then of course they prepare the bodies, and then they bury them at Memorial Cemetery in Montevallo. So I'm just trying to see where the extra layer is coming in with all of these various associations that you're talking about, because much of I don't have a problem with the bill, but I do know for a fact personally that this is what's already being done because of someone that I actually represent that's in this business of this kind.
And you're correct as far as the current code allow this to occur, and we have our funeral homes that's actually doing this.
Mm-hmm.
This is just to enhance, just clarify. One thing, for example, is we have, if there's 30 unclaimed cremated remains in a funeral home,
Mm-hmm.
this is to help let the funeral home director know it's okay to release the names of those to these veterans organizations. Then they can run it through the database. But
Okay, so in other words, the funeral home would already have these bodies or these remains already there, so they wouldn't have been actually contracted already to begin. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. I think it ultimately is the same thing. Okay, okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman yield.
Yes.
On your previous question about cremated remains, I wanted to point out that in many cases, now they cremate remains of veterans. And what this bill does is to make sure that those cremation ashes get a proper burial as a military burial. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. But at the same time, we're doing a great job here in Alabama. This is just to enhance what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, for years back, they didn't cremate remains of veterans. Now they do cremate remains. And once they finish the cremation, some families don't claim them. So what you're suggesting here, that the veterans will make sure that they get a proper burial.
That is correct.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
How you doing?
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 96 ayes, 1 nay. BR has passed. Representative Pascal.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
That is the question, is final passage of HB 129. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. HB 129 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call first Senate bill out of the basket. SB 86. SB 86. Where's our?
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has non-concurred in the House amendment to the following Senate bill. Senate Bill number 86, relating to income taxes, and requests a committee on conference. And the Senate has appointed as committee on part of the Senate, Senator Orrs, Schofield, Singleton. Signed, Patrick Harris, Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I move to accede and go to conference.
Yeah, you heard the motion from the sponsors, concede to go to conference. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The conferees will be Representative Garrett, Representative Daniels, and Representative Lovern. Clerk, call the next bill from the basket.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has non-concurred in the House amendment to the following Senate bill. Senate Bill number 87, to make supplemental appropriations and requests a committee on conference. And the Senate has appointed as committee on the part of the Senate, Senators Orr, Schofield, and Singleton. Signed, Patrick Harris, Secretary.
Representative Faulkner, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to accede and go to conference.
You've heard the recommendation. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. Conference committee will be the same. Representative Garrett, Representative Daniels, and Representative Lovern. Clerk, call the next bill out of the basket.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has non-concurred in the House amendment to the following Senate bill, Senate Bill number 88, to make appropriations for the support, maintenance, and development of public education and request a committee on conference. And the Senate has appointed as committee on the part of the Senate, Senators Orr, Schofield, and Singleton. Patrick Harris, Secretary.
Representative Faulkner.
Move to accede and go to conference.
Heard the recommendation. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Conference committee will remain the same with Garrett, Lovern, and Daniels. Clerk, call next bill out of the basket.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has non-concurred in the House amendment to the following Senate bill, Senate Bill number 101, amending sections of the Code of Alabama 1975, and requests a committee on conference. And the Senate has appointed as committee on the part of the Senate, Senator Orr, Schofield, and Singleton. Patrick Harris, Secretary.
Representative Faulkner.
Move to accede and go to conference.
That is a request to go to conference. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. Conference committee will be Garrett, Daniels, and Lovern. Thank you, Representative Faulkner.
Thank you.
Clerk, call up the next bill. On special order.
On page 19 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 17 by Senator Butler relating to the military.
Representative Moore, you're recognized.
So this is the Senate version of my bill I passed, and this bill would provide that all references to the United States Armed Forces shall include the United States Space Force. With that, there are no more questions, Mr. Speaker. I ask for the BIR.
That is a question, is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
You're good.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I ask for final passage.
That is question is final passage of SB 117. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 117 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 67 with substitute by Senator Chambliss relating to the military.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is SB 67 related to the National Guard Education Assistance Program. We are updating the existing program. We've worked with the National Guard, University of South Alabama Higher Education Partnership, and the Alabama Commission on Higher Education to modify the program to accommodate some of the changes in education with respect to dual enrollment. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
That is question adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine so members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a committee sub.
You care to explain sub?
Yes, I will provide an explanation. The sub does cap tuition reimbursement in the existing program on private institutions to equate to the reimbursements for public institutions. It also expands the scholarship opportunities to dual enrollment for high school students that are concurrently enrolled in higher education. With that, I ask for adoption of these sub.
Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren. speaking on the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
At one point, if a student went to Tuskegee University, they were not eligible for the scholarship. Is Tuskegee now included in the scholarship with National Guard?
Yes, ma'am. The program exists for all higher education, both public and private. So I am not familiar with any restrictions on Tuskegee University.
For years, it was restricted. Who are you referencing with that?
Well, the partners that worked on this bill, the National Guard, the University of South Alabama Higher Education Partnership, and the Alabama Commission of Higher Education, were all party to this, trying to ensure that we're not missing any students that are trying to capture this opportunity for reimbursement of tuition. As you know, we're certainly trying to recruit the best and brightest in our Alabama National Guard.
For years, they couldn't. That's why I want to make sure that there's no exceptions out there, because I think last year, I thought they said they had cleared it up so they could be, but I'm just not sure, and that's why before I vote on this one, make sure that Tuskegee is included.
Yes, I'm not familiar with any restrictions, and everything that we have is related to both public and private higher education, and we're actually expanding it to dual enrollment because we obviously have some students who are committing to the National Guard but are concurrently enrolled in high school, so we're also able to provide them with reimbursement for their dual enrollment.
Do you think I need to put state-related institutions in your bill too, so we don't have any confusion?
Where am I at? Hey, Ed, you just reference it right here. Somewhere it doesn't. Right. Right.
So this isn't the same thing. Okay. Okay.
Right.
I understand it's
State
something totally
affiliated.
different.
Yes,
So it
ma'am.
was fixed last year for Tuskegee.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that's- okay.
Yeah, it's a state-affiliated school.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. President Stubbs.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
That is the question. Is final passage of SB 67. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 67 has passed.
Thank you, body.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 178 by Senator Chambliss, relating to the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Reverend Starnes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 178 is a companion bill of House Bill 315, which was passed on May 11th. It is a department bill for the Alabama Army National Guard and Alabama Veteran Affairs. And if there's no questions, with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the BIR.
That is the question. Is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Reverend Starnes.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage of Senate Bill 178.
That's the question. Is final passage of 178. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 178 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk call next bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, House Bill number 486 by Representative Hall relating to Women's Statue Commission.
Representative Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Bill 46 is a bill that we brought from the Alabama Women's Tribute and Statue Commission. This commission was established to fund, commission, and place statues of Rosa Parks and Helen Keller on the grounds of the Capitol. And what this bill would do is to exempt commissions, this commission and the work that it's doing with artists and sculptors from the work competitive bid law for the purpose of us procuring and having the statues on Capitol grounds. If there are no questions, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for recognition. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, sir.
I wasn't listening back there. What does this bill do again?
I'm sorry you didn't hear me, but this bill, the Alabama Statue and Women's Commission, is requesting that the statues of Rosa Parks and Helen Keller that would be placed on the Capitol grounds, that we would be exempt from the state's bid competitive list in order for us to be able to have the artists and the sculptors to provide the type of work that we would like to have.
This bill got any amendments to it?
No. Oh, it does. Yes, it does. It does have an amendment.
I haven't seen that amendment.
Well, we will make sure. If Mr. Speaker, may I ask Mr. Kitchen to come down so he is aware of the amendment that we have?
No, ma'am, this is Mr. England's time.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna need to read that amendment before we can go any further.
I can help you, though. As a matter of fact, I have a copy of the amendment in front of me. So if you would like to have a copy of it, I'll be happy to provide that to you.
Is there a sub to this bill?
There is no, the lines do line up too, yes.
Okay.
There is no sub. So what it really does is that when you look at the amendment, you will see that the contract for the commission for the creation and placements of the statues, any work that's directly related to, whether it's Helen Keller or Rosa Parks, that there will be on the grounds of the Capitol, on the Capitol grounds, okay?
What
and
line
that,
number
hold
is
on,
that?
on what line is lines 11, 12, 13, and 14, all right? And if you
Okay.
go to line 16, you're replacing line 32 with the following. In order to make sure that we are adhering to what this bill will do, we're asking that the finance director will approve any actions that we're taking as it relates to this statute.
Thank you. And for future reference, I'm gonna need to see these before we come.
I appreciate. I do appreciate that. You know, you're getting to be about as nosy as I am.
That's right. You are my mentor. That's where I got it from.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
But anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I'm so glad you all take note of me, although it's been said that nobody listens to me in this chamber. No, quickly, you mentioned that, so are we foregoing the bid process?
We are asking that we forego the bid process under the supervision of the state's finance director.
So if so will there be any type of competitive process in the selection of whoever you all should commission?
We will be, what the commission would be based on the recommendations from the commission, from the statute commission. But before it is put or accepted, the finance director will be providing the approval.
So there will obviously be, I'm just trying to get the understanding of it, especially because I'm sure the dollar amount for the actual with regards to the specification will be a certain amount.
Right.
So therefore, based upon those specifications,
that many times when you're doing work like this, if you're having especially with artists and individuals that do artwork, they may not fall within the realm of what your bid law indicates. But in order to carry this through, we have to have an exception, or we're requesting an exception. And that is why this bill is being brought. But in the process, that there will be supervision that will be provided through the finance director's office.
okay, I would just like to know, just, at the time, because when I was with the city of Birmingham, I actually program managed. If you ever get a chance to come to what is the Eddie Kendrick Park project, that was the project, I was over that, and I was responsible for start to finish, and I actually commissioned the artists that actually did all of the sculptures and work. So, and that's why I was asking, and so I would just like to know, I'm very interested in this project, for one, just because of the historic nature and aspect of it. And I would love to see, who they select or who they commission to actually do the work. I'm sort of glad that they're going this route, because you want to make sure that for something like that, you're getting someone who catches the essence of the type of work that they will actually be creating, and the imagery and artistry of the product, of what you're hoping will be the finished product, and especially for the historic aspect of this particular piece that they will be rendering. My thing would just be making sure, because I'm sure it's going to be an expensive endeavor, number one. Anytime you're dealing with an artist, it's pretty expensive, number one.
It does cost a few dollars.
It costs a pretty penny. But, just making sure that those guidelines, especially if there are change orders or things of that nature. But I just wanted to get the clarity as to the direction that you all were going in. But thank you for that.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machines, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Hall.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask, Mr. Kitchen has an amendment, if you would allow him to the amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marshall, Representative Kitchens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to this bill.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 486 by Representative Kitchens.
Representative Kitchens, you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, I think Ms. Hall explained it pretty well. This deals with a few technical revisions at the beginning, then also says the finance director shall approve any contract pursuant to subsection A prior to any expenditures of funds.
Ms. Hall.
I move adoption of the amendment.
You've heard the sponsor's request. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machines, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen.
If there are
Representative
no
Hall.
further question, I ask for final passage.
That is the question, is final passage of HB 486. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 486 has passed.
Thank you.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 81 of the calendar, House Bill number 492 with substitute by Representative Hill relating to judges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm carrying this bill for Judge Hill. This is known as the Judicial Privacy Act. What this bill does, it prohibits government agencies, individual businesses, and associations from publicly posting or displaying a judge or justice's personal information on the internet, provided those entities have received written requests from the judge or justice to refrain from doing so. And that's basically the bill. And if there's not any questions, I'd move for the BIR.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I've got a sub, and basically the sub does the exact same thing I said, and I just move to adopt the sub.
You heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Representative Wadsworth.
If there's not any other questions, I move for final passage.
That is the question. Final passage of HB 492. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 492 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 258 by Representative South relating to taxation.
Representative South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Give me a second to catch my breath running up the stairs. So 258 is a tax bill for High Socks for Hope. It would give them, it would give them a tax incentive for the disaster relief program that they have in place. They have this incentive in 16 other states. And as you may know, Mr. Robertson is a pitcher for the New York Yankees, New York Mets now, I think. So this is his charity.
The question for the body is the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Representative South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of HB 258. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote.
Aye. You're going to make me wait it out.
I was just waiting for everybody to vote there.
There you go.
Clerk will lock machines. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 258 has passed.
And Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind me taking just a second, especially since I don't have any breath, maybe I can do this without getting too emotional, but I appreciate everybody and their attendance last night and participation, and it's been an honor to serve with you. I know we have a few days left, but it means a lot to me, and the friendships that I take away from here will be lifelong, and we greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill number 215 by Representative Ingram relating to insurance.
Representative Ingram, be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, has to do with gap insurance, and it just cleans up the language from where we passed it last year, and it just makes sure there's a consumer protection insurance gap is, if you buy from the dealership and if you wreck your car, it, it fills in the gap of what you owe. And so this is just making sure that the company is financially strong enough to take care of those obligations. I ask for the BR.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote.
I reckon, yeah.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Chairman
Speaker,
Ingram.
I ask for final passage.
Ask questions, final passage of HB 215. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 215 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 41 of the calendar, House Bill number 445 by Representative Garrett relating to taxation.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, this is HB 445. This was a bill that is basically clarifying something that was in the Sweet Grove, Alabama Tourism Investment Act. If you recall, there was a question about whether the incentive for the tourism could be retroactively applied. And the answer to that is that it depends on which attorney you speak with. The intent of this provision was that it would occur for projects that are prospective, new projects. So all this does, and Representative Baker is a co-sponsor on this bill, and basically all it does is basically clarify that it adds language that says which must occur after the effective date of this act, which must occur after the effective date of this act for projects that are in place after the effect of this act. Just clarifying, this is only for new projects. So I would move for the BIR.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
That is questions, final passage of HB 445. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machines, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Bill has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 458 by Representative Yarborough related to Lawrence County.
Representative Yarborough, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 458 is relating to the boards of registrars, and it just simply allows Lawrence County to extend their number of days for the board of registrars from 140 to 200 working days. And with that, I'd ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan.
Ernie looks out for me. I just can't. This is my sweet mate. This your first bill?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
I'm not gonna say anything because you vote my machine. You give me all kind of cray-cray conversation over in that suite. But I just wanted to say, y'all, I know y'all think I'm crazy. And I didn't say think I'm crazy. I'm talking some serious Ebonics right now. Y'all think I'm crazy. But this is the real cray-cray in the House of Representatives right here on record. And if 1819, 1900, or 1828 is in there reporting today, this guy right here is something for real. I mean, like, is this bill about Martians? Is it about Mount Kilimanjaro?
It's actually about Scotland.
I mean, is it about stalling? I mean, the Fifth Amendment, the non-amendments that never existed? Just talk to me. I just want you to just tell me, because this is your first bill.
It is my first bill, so I appreciate you taking the time to honor me with your presence, and it does not go unnoticed or unappreciated by such a one as myself.
Oh, thank you. Me and my eyelashes appreciate you at this
Yes,
moment.
ma'am. Well, they're very,
And my red hair.
they're very lovely.
And I forgot my big glasses, but that's another.
It's okay. I still recognize you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so what this bill does is, so currently in Lawrence County, whenever the courthouse is open, and they're required to be open, the Board of Registrars has to be open as well. The problem is that they are restricted by law to 140 days, the Board of Registrars is, right? And so when they get past that, they have to be closed, but the courthouse still has to be open, yet the BOR is required to be open. Yes, it's like I'm my own grandpa of numbers. So what this allows the registrars to do in Lawrence County is to be open whenever the courthouse is, without having to dump the extra workload onto the probate judge.
I have not one clue what you just said.
That's because it doesn't make a lot of sense, the structure of
This
it.
reminds me of the little child, as they said to the teacher, I doesn't know, teacher, I doesn't know. I doesn't understand, Madam Teacher, I doesn't understand, but I'll simply say whatever it was, whether it was Swahili, French, Japanese, Portuguese, or whatever, I congratulate you on getting whatever this bill is.
Let me just help you with a visual.
Oh, don't help me out. Oh, no, that's
It's
too much.
140 to
Speak. I
200.
appreciate the opportunity to come up and speak. Congratulations on passing whatever this bill is that you are about to get passed out of the House of Representatives. Your first bill. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body's adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed. Representative Yarborough.
No questions. I would move for final passage.
That is the question, is final passage, unless Representative Cavan, you want to come back up? Oh, okay. Clerk unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 ayes, 0 nays. HB 458 has passed. Congratulations on your first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, House Bill number 501 by Representative Ingram, related to district attorneys.
Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is simple. District attorneys in the state, we're the only county in the, what? Simple bill. Oh, yeah. So this allows the DAs to be able to go outside of their county to hire, if so desired. Ask for the BR, Mr. Speaker.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Chairman Ingram.
Ask for final passage of HB 501.
That is the question, is final passage of HB 501. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 501 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you,
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd like to recognize our own Michelle Jackson. Today's her birthday up here. Let's all say happy birthday to Miss Michelle. Thank you. She said she thought she was in trouble. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until the hour of 8 p.m.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are in recess.